Check, check, check. Check, check.
Check. Check. Check. Check. Hey, check. Test. Check. Humming. వస్తుందా? అది చేంజ్ చేసిన ఛానల్ ఛానల్ చేంజ్ చేసి
I would request everyone to kindly take your seats, please. A very good morning to everyone. On behalf of Bharati Institute of Public Policy, Indian School of Business, I take this privilege to warmly welcome all the esteemed dignitaries, delegates, and participants to the third day of the Public Policy Dialogues, Bridging Research and Practice. I would like to inform you that all of our expert panel sessions are getting live streamed on Bharati Institute of Public Policy's official YouTube channel, and we have virtual audience joining in as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the first panel of today, deliberating on a very interesting topic of data and privacy. The panel intends to discuss pertinent issues related to data and privacy, such as the need for greater awareness and education about data use, the potential for data privacy to be used as a tool for surveillance, and the need for a balanced approach to data privacy that considers the interests of both individuals and organizations. I would like to welcome the following panelists: Mr. Kazim Rizvi, founder, The Dialogue; Ms. Anushka Jain, Policy Council, Internet Freedom Foundation; Mr. Ashish Agarwal, Vice President and Head Public Policy, NASSCOM; Mr. Nikhil Pava, founder, Medianama. I would kindly request Mr. Kazim Rizvi to please moderate the session.
It's all right. Wait. Yeah, you can have it from here. Mike, is it audible? Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, I think we can all do a quick round of testing the mic. Maybe speak on it. No, you have a caller mic now? Oh, you don't.
Just use this.
Okay, I'll just use. Okay, can you hear me?
No, but I think her caller mic works.
It's working, right?
It's the other one for you. Yeah, not working.
Okay, take this. This is good.
Yeah, I think now it's working.
Yeah.
All right.
Great. Okay, so we'll start. Thank you all. Thank you, ISB, for organizing this session and for calling us at the plenary on data privacy. Very timely because, as we all know, that there's a draft data protection bill which recently closed for public consultation on the 2nd of Jan. And hopefully with 2023 coming in, we will have a new personal data protection law in place, which should hopefully be enacted by the parliament this year. Really excited to speak to and very distinguished experts over here, all of them who've been taking a very important role in terms of driving the discourse and also informing the policy making process on the privacy law. Glad to have Mr. Agarwal, Anushka, and Nikhil with us. So we have an hour, I think, hour 15 minutes. So I'd like to start and sort of focus on various aspects of the bill and also sort of trace back the history a little bit, look at the current state of affairs, and also look at the future with respect to emerging technologies, with respect to Web 3.0, with respect to new business models emerging. What does it mean for the Indian ecosystem? I'd like to start with Mr. Agarwal, if I may. and then I'll come to Anushka and then Nikhil. And then what we'll do is we'll have a sort of round of discussion, maybe 3 to 5 minutes. And then we'll also invite audience to ask any questions if you all may have, let's say after the first couple of round of discussion which we have amongst ourselves. So Mr. Agarwal, I'd like to start with you. And you've been sort of observing this for many years, and we all have been talking about it for a lot of time now. So I think this is the fourth version of the data protection bill, if I'm not wrong. Hopefully, there will not be another version which will again be open for public consultation. Hopefully, this will be revised and go to the parliament. But to start with you, and we are in a business school, right? And there is always this dichotomy that whether industry wants a data protection bill or not. And we've seen NASSCOM do a lot of work with respect to informing policy making process. What's your take in terms of the current draft of the bill? And where do you see this going with respect to supporting innovation in the tech ecosystem and also ensuring that individual rights are protected?
Thanks, Kazim, and happy to be here in the morning. Good morning, everyone. So industry definitely wants a data protection bill. I think the fact that a data protection law can significantly enhance the trust of citizens and consumers means that more data flows can happen, more data can be utilized, and that's good for business. Obviously, it has certain costs. I think where industry likes to intervene and give feedback to the government is really, one, to make sure that a law is implementable at scale. And that's very important because you could have something which seems perfect on paper, but if it can't be implemented at scale, it's a problem. Second is how can we minimize, if not avoid, ambiguity? So if that is going to lead to a lot of interpretation issues, I think that's going to be a big problem. And third, plain simple, some obligations which don't meet the objective and are too onerous. So I think if we can arrive at the right balance at these three from an industry perspective, a data protection bill or any other law for that matter is a great way forward. So having said that, I think where does this bill sit in that context? And I'm going to be a little brief, Kazim, and we can come back later.
Yeah.
But if you just simplify things and say that, on a scale, there is GDPR at one extreme and a Singapore law on the other extreme. I'm not trying to be accurate here, but just kind of giving a sense. Then obviously, I think from our journey from 2018, we have moved progressively from near to GDPR to near to Singapore. So that's really the journey of this bill in some sense. Now, what does it mean in terms of, is it good or bad? And I'll give you my initial thoughts. I think GDPR is a great framework, but it's too early to pass judgment. We have barely been in the 5th year. And I think regulators are just waking up to enforcement in the last couple of years. And we have to see the merits of GDPR play out. And that probably will take a 20-year horizon, if not more. So therefore, let's hold that thought. Now, one of the things which we like as industry about this bill is that it is not trying to do too many things. It is not trying to fix non-personal data. It is not trying to fix hardware certification. It is not trying to fix algorithmic fairness. It is squarely focusing on personal data. So now one may debate how well it is focusing on that. And that, I think, is the work forward that we need to do to say that, does it adequately, does its primary task, which is to protect the privacy and data of the citizens. And that's the discussion, I think, which is going to be a way forward. But I think in that sense, we have come a good way, and we are hoping that finally we actually have a law which serves the desired objective. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Anushka, I'd like to come to you. And I think one thing which I've also observed from the one which the JPC had presented in 2021, December, to this is a much simpler version. Right. This is a lot. I mean, number one, it's simpler. Number two, non-personal data is not there. It's solely looking at personal data, but then it's looking at only digital personal data, right? Whether that was the intention of the Supreme Court judgment in 2017, because whatever the data protection law will do has to follow from the judgment of the Supreme Court, the Puttaswamy judgment. I'd like to ask you, Anushka, what's your take when you look at the bill from an individual rights perspective? Sensitive personal data definition has been removed. Um, there's a lot of debate on deemed consent. It was there in the last draft as well, but it calls out more in this draft. Government exemptions still remain. Data Protection Authority looks weaker than before. So, and of course, I think there are 18 times the bill is saying as may be prescribed, and that is something which IFF had also written. I think there was a meme also on the internet around this. So, do you really feel that it's a simpler version, or it's a watered down version of the draft? And does it really do enough to protect individual rights tomorrow in the digital economy? So, what's your take on that?
I think because you mentioned Puttaswamy, let's just think about what Puttaswamy did. Basically, it said that the right to privacy is fundamental. And then they said that informational privacy in today's economy, it's very important that it is included into the right to privacy, and that the government takes steps to protect the right to privacy and the informational privacy of Indian citizens. So that is the baseline that we are coming from. And if you look at this bill, I don't think it's doing enough to do that. First of all, like you said, it's restricted to digital personal data.
Right.
It's extremely restrictive. There are no protections which are given to sensitive personal data, which is a category which should be recognized because by its very nature, it is sensitive and it needs a higher degree of protection. But that kind of depth of drafting, I think, is missing, which leads me to my next point, which is that, yes, it is a simpler bill and it's a shorter bill. However, I feel that we have sacrificed depth and actual impact at the altar of simplicity for this bill, because this bill is not really doing what it's supposed to do in a lot of places. We don't know how data transfer outside the country is going to happen. We don't know on what basis the Data Protection Board is going to be made. We don't know on what basis, multiple things which are important things are going to happen. So a lot of this has been left to later executive drafting, which will also exclude parliamentary scrutiny. It will exclude the fact that civil society stakeholders and other stakeholders will be able to meaningfully engage with it. So I think definitely this bill falls short of going back to that baseline of protecting the informational privacy and the right to privacy of Indian citizens, which is where we started in 2017 through the Puttaswamy decision.
Right. We'll come back to you a little more to discuss a little more on that. Nikhil, I'd like to come to you. So I think Anushka made three very important points. I think what I see, number one, they've sacrificed depth to make it simpler. They've left a lot to rule making. And I think, her point on rule making also is valid in terms of will there be enough consultations? But I think over the recent past, in the last 6 months, we've seen the government organize consultations, be it on the bill or even on the IT amendment, IT rules 2022. I know you're smiling, so I'll wait for you to respond. But specifically to you also, Nikhil, you please welcome to respond to what Anushka and Ashish have said. But what do you think the bill does for the startup ecosystem? Because one of the arguments which we've seen in public, and we did a study as well, was that data localization, strict localization, would actually restrict startups' abilities in many ways, and that has been relaxed. Of course, how you notify countries is different, and Ashish can come on that part as well. But generally within the startup ecosystem, because you talk to a lot of startups, you engage with a lot of them, and I know you're friends with a lot of founders as well. So what is the startup community thinking about the bill?
So before I get to that, Kazim, I'm going to take a slight step back, right? The thing that's changed between, let's say, 2010-11, when the first version of the bill that government had come out, or leaked rather, is the explosion in this, right? These are essentially surveillance devices. So whatever we're doing, whatever we're seeing, our microphones can be switched on. We are all being surveilled all the time by ourselves on these devices and by the services that we're using. And by extension, because these devices, and say when there's a search and seizure, they can be taken by the government And under this bill, there is absolutely zero restriction as far as my reading is, and I'm not a lawyer, so I'll talk about it from a user's perspective, on the government accessing all of our data. So for all of us sitting here, for all of us watching, we are under constant surveillance because of how we behave. And what this does is that it creates a trust deficit. So I don't trust an app because I don't know what it does with my data. I don't trust the government because, well, they have statutory power. They can use my data against me. They can fabricate information, put information on a device. So the purpose of a data protection bill is to build that trust in society for all of us here. Does this bill do that? I don't think so. So I wear many hats. I run a business. I'm a journalist. I invest in startups. I'm a common citizen. For each of those hats, I can say that this bill fails me. And for each of those stakeholder groups, it fails us, right? Because economic activity is also contingent on there being a trust in the market. And globally, we have a market failure in privacy, in data protection. So whether you've seen what's happened with Cambridge Analytica, whether you've seen what happened in this state in the last election in 2019, where allegedly Aadhaar data was being used by political parties for electoral campaigning, this is the problem. This bill doesn't solve any of those problems. So I don't know where to begin, because with each progressive version of this bill, we thought there were a few things that needed to change with the 2018 bill. We were all critical of that. But with each progression, it's got worse. This, by far, is the worst of the lot, because it does literally nothing to protect what it's supposed to protect, which is our personal data. It doesn't protect, for example, students. I was in college when I was 17. I can't imagine needing parental consent to access a website or use an app and have them verify me. I can't imagine running a business and having to do KYC for every single one of my users. The friction is such that they'll stop. I'm investing in startups. I know that startups will, they will find it very, very complicated to onboard people. It will increase cost of user acquisition. To your point on data localization, at a global level, when you're running a business, you use, and when you're running a startup, you use multiple services. You don't even know where those services are based. It could be in Brazil, it could be in Vietnam, it could be in Indonesia, it could be in the EU. So, and I know Ashish will disagree with me on this, but my reading of the bill is that unless there's a white list, it is a blacklist. So all data for Indian citizens will have to be localized in the country, which means as a business, I can't access any of those services because processing personal data is a part of it, unless that country is whitelisted. So a lot of things will just fail in the way they're working, even as a business, right? So what we're dealing with here is a complete ignorance, or rather not ignorance. Like, I was talking to people in the public policy space. Startups at this point in time don't care about the data protection bill. Most of them, smaller startups, anything that's not a unicorn doesn't care, right? For most of them, policy is reductive, which is a negative thing. They'd rather focus on growth. They will focus on this when it passes. But when you look at the public policy space, there are people who are not participating in this government consultation on this particular version of this bill because they're like, the government doesn't care. We've participated in every stage from day one, and this is what they come up with, where they've just taken every single submission in the past and just put it in the dustbin. So I hope there's another bill for consultation, to be honest, because if they make minor modification to this, it's a disaster. There's no point of having a data protection bill that is this bad. For users, for businesses, for people, for founders, for investors, it's a disaster.
Okay, good, interesting. I think that will, the conversation will be a lot more livelier now, I'm guessing.
Ashish, I want to move your mic up, though. We can barely hear you.
Okay,
Yeah.
can't. Oh.
Just move it up. Just move it up.
Okay, better?
Up here, put it on the column. It's too low.
How about now? Perfect. And I hope there are questions within the audience, so please feel free to sort of raise your hands. We'll come back to you whenever we have the time. But Ashay, I want to come to you. I think few points Nikhil made. One was trust. I think that's a very valid concern. And that's a concern with any new regulation, right? How do you build trust within the consumers? As it is within the digital economy, I see there's a big gap of user trust with, the tech ecosystem and users using the platform and using different services. There is a lot more which we can do to sort of bridge that gap. Very important point on checks and balances. And if Anushka wants to come into that as well, we would like to sort of focus a little more on the exemptions and a little more on how the regulator is functioning, because we feel that the regulator is not as empowered as it should have been. Spoke about children definition. I think that's a very, very valid point for a lot of fiduciaries, for a lot of players, for a lot of platforms, and even for the users and young children. I mean, at the age of 15, 16, using the internet for various things, building things on the internet. How does it play out for them? So would sort of come back to you on some of these points, but also if you want to touch upon how clause 17 will work out with respect to notification. I know we've spoke about this previously as well. But how will it play out? How will India really whitelist countries? And if we were to believe what Nikhil is saying is true, that data is of course scattered all across the geographies, then will you just be whitelisting every country, and then suddenly one business cannot transfer data to a particular country if that is blacklisted? But what happens to existing data transfers taking place? Standard contractual clauses? What about binding corporate rules? What about company-to-company data transfers? So just your opinions on that.
Thanks. So I must say that debate is getting interesting, and thank you. Before I come, Kazim, to this, I want to maybe add a little bit to what Nikhil said and maybe what Anushka also said. On the children point, I think the law is overprotecting children by requiring parental consent. So I wouldn't say they're underprotecting. And that's a problem. You shouldn't overprotect children to that extent, and you want to make sure that that sort of thing is fixed. And it can be fixed, because the concept of different classes of data fiduciaries can be brought in under the children kind of a regulation in terms of that section. Other thing which I was mentioning when I initially talked about, right, from an industry point of view.
Can I just quickly add something to Ashish?
Yeah, please.
So the way I look at that particular clause is that it's starting with blacklisting everything for someone between the age of, below the age of 18, right? Including,
I'm agreeing with you.
No, I'm saying it's a blacklist. What it does is it removes agency from a child when they're growing up, right? Or when they're coming to terms with things that they need to look at, right? But most importantly, it starts with a blacklist.
Yeah,
So where we've seen in, for example, in the UK is that you've identified specific entities that where the data processing is higher, where the potential for harm is higher, and you're putting those in a list that need to be where you need parental consent. Here, everything recurs. So I know we are agreeing, but I just want to add that context to it, that agency for me when I was 17 is extremely critical.
Okay, so I think the main point which I wanted to make here was that the law is probably overprotecting by saying that for everything you need parental consent. And dwelling a little more into this, in UK, the age is 13. Actually, in UK, you can enter into a valid contract from age 7, though the contract is voidable at the instance of the child, and therefore the reliance of the entity on that contract is to some extent, precarious. So I think through geographies, you will have different contexts, but what is desirable to be fixed is that you want to make sure that you treat you treat teenagers differently, you need to treat maybe a 7-year-old differently, and that can be fixed in the law. The second point when I want to talk about the same example is that you want to have a system of verifying age of the child, of the parent, good construct. But unless you have technological solutions which are available at scale and in a manner which is convenient to be able to do it in this kind of a environment, to adhere to this kind of a provision, you would have to go back to even GDPR, which says reasonable effort. So, but zooming out of this, I think when you look at this law and how can we now focus on improving this from a point of view of citizens, what are some of the things that can actually be done? So one, the explanatory statement to this law calls out purpose limitation, data minimization, but it is not explicitly called out in the bill itself. So I think once you put that as a principle in the bill, it places a big obligation which should do us good. The second thing which it doesn't call out is you have to comply, but you don't have to demonstrate compliance. So I think adding that word that also have the obligation to demonstrate compliance will add a lot of focus on this bill. The point which Kazim wanted me to talk about, transfer provisions. I think, see, roughly you have 200 odd countries in the world. So even GDPR, it has done 14 adequacies, out of which 7 are countries which are probably too small. So, and it has been now, we are in 5th year. So adequacy is a long drawn process. So I think our law, when it wants to notify countries, it has to move away from that concept and rely on a range of schemes, so that the obligation can shift partly to data fiduciaries and to the importers who import this data. And from a government point of view, then look at entry into bilateral and multilateral arrangement to make sure that they have enforcement capabilities. So I think a lot of these things can actually be fixed in the law. When you talk about deemed consent, I think what is, if a consumer has a problem with that, then how is it going to be able to, go back to the government and say that my consent was not taken properly? I think those are some of the things that can be addressed. And finally, when you look at the fact that one big potential discussion point in this law is that we don't have a full-fledged authority. And that is, in some sense, a gap, and we don't really know how that will play out. But if you look at the functioning of the board, if it can handle this one job that it has been entrusted well, which is handling redress and doing it in a manner where people are encouraged to complain, I think that would be one big part which can actually be, very valuable in terms of impact, and which is something we are seeing even in GDPR. It's very early days. So I think this bill is in the right direction. Some of the gaps can actually be fixed, and that's what we as industry are now focusing on.
Anushka, I'd come to you, and then Nikhil, you can respond. So one is, as a rights organization, I think one of the questions which I also have for you is, does it really meet the sort of the standards of privacy? When we talk about data minimization or purpose limitation, we also see that the bill doesn't have any mention of privacy by design, which was there in the last draft. And it doesn't really talk about it in this draft. And, of course, a little bit more on, I think, what Ashish spoke about, regulator. And I think this is also cutting across all stakeholders, that we all feel that the regulator is a little weak in this version. I think the last version was a little better when it came to the regulator. And of course, the government exemptions, which of course Nikhil had spoken about previously. But just looking at, if you were to rate it from where the Puttaswamy judgment was, and the test of proportionality, legality, necessity, does it really qualify that?
Like I've already said, I don't think it does, because if you look at what the Puttaswamy decision said, that any state invasion has to be justified through these specific standards, and necessity, state aim, proportionality, where the invasion is not excessive and it's balanced. I don't think that's happening here, especially because if you look at the exemptions that can be granted or the deemed consent clause, both of these clauses are extremely wide. Deemed consent can be deemed, which is basically non-consensual process.
Can you explain that a little bit?
So clause 7 says that consent is this. It is freely given. It is informed. I don't think consent is informed under this bill as well, because the notice requirements are weak.
Okay.
Right? They don't have to tell you if they're going to transfer it to a third party. They don't have to tell you if they're going to transfer it outside the country. They don't have to tell you what they're going to, when they're going to delete it.
These are both private and public actors.
Yes. So these are not included in notice requirements. So I don't even think that consent can be informed in this bill. So that is what consent is under clause 7. Now clause 8 says that in certain situations we can deem consent. And the first 8.1 says that when it's basically it's flowing from what you've consented to, which is okay. But the other subclauses under that clause, that is what is non-consensual processing, because it says that we will do it for maintaining public order or in public interest, we will do it for employment purposes, we will do it for security purposes. So all of these purposes, if you're deeming consent, basically you're saying that we will do whatever we want to do with your data and your consent does not matter. I think in a data protection law, it's very important that consent is the cornerstone on which the framework is built. Coming to the exemptions.
But can you also make it very explicit every time? Doesn't that become onerous for a data principle?
That is
How do
what?
you strike a
that's,
balance?
that's the restriction that will be there on the data fiduciary or on the data processor, right? If they can't get the consent of the data principal for a specific purpose, then maybe they should not do that processing, right?
Okay, I see hands.
I can explain.
Yes.
So deemed consent is like if you go to a restaurant, you give a number, you don't need to sign a contract, right? And then they can collect your personal data there. But here's the thing. When you go to a restaurant and give your number, do you also give them permission that they will make a note of what all you've ordered, collect that data, put your contact details and give it to a third-party aggregator that is basically profiling you and what you're eating at each restaurant and selling that data to other restaurants so they can start a new restaurant? You don't, right? So if I'm going to a restaurant giving my number, but if they also want to do all of this, then they should need to sign a contract. It can't
For
be deemed.
every time they are processing
So
your
the
data.
principle of proportionality is saying where there is an extension of usage of my data, there needs to be a proportionate restriction, right? That is not coming in.
But it's
What's happening? That's what Anushka was meant about third-party data sharing,
What
right?
is reasonable purpose? That's not defined,
So
right?
I want to
Can
get
I
Ashish to do it.
quickly, though I'm not a lawyer, but having listened
I'm also
to
not
enough
one.
of them. So, see, I think we need to distinguish between grounds and purpose. So, just because you use deemed consent to process data doesn't do away or kind of, reduce the requirement for your purpose to be there. So, if I am using that same analogy, if I placed an order at Starbucks and they want my phone number to call me, then they can only use that phone number to call me. If they use it for some other purpose, then it is not that deemed consent, because the idea of deemed consent is that you have given your consent where you couldn't give the consent in the manner required in section 7 through your actions. And that doesn't mean that now you can use this data for some other purpose. So grounds and purposes need to be clearly understood. And I don't think this bill says that just because you can use deemed consent as a ground, you can now use the data for any purpose. So that is not the understanding of the bill.
No, I think that's 8.1. The other subclauses of 8, I think that they do allow.
let's have a
And
different-
also, I think the exemptions clause also allows them to exempt.
I have another analogy.
I wanted to actually talk a little bit more about deemed consent. So when you guys are done, if I can just
Yeah,
jump in.
I have another analogy, and Nikhil, you can respond. Let's say there's an app. We are in a pandemic. There's an app which is collecting data for whatever purpose. I mean, of course, the purpose is to make sure that we are rolling out vaccines, and we understand how the pandemic is spreading. Pandemic is now over. At a situation where there is no chance of it coming back. If that data is used for any other purpose, is it like deemed consent in that case?
Yes,
is it something
because
which the
they
bill
say it's
provides for?
for reasonable purpose, or for public health is a reasonable purpose.
So you're saying that the definitions are too vague and too broad.
Definitely too
Nikhil,
vague.
you want to just respond, and Ashish maybe.
So a couple of things about deemed consent, right? One, as Anushka also said, there is no notice requirement. So if someone's taken my data for the purpose of, let's say credit scoring, operation of search engines, recovery of debt, processing of publicly available personal data, including, let's say, someone scraping all of your tweets and your profile and things that you put out publicly, and then creating a profile of you separately in a database, or a surveillance software like Clearview AI is basically scraping your photographs from wherever they're on the web and then using that. you don't even know that they're doing that. So that's the failure of notice, because if you notice, then you can withdraw consent, right? In this case. So that there's so that's one part of the problem. The other, there's the recursive nature of deemed consent. If I know that let's say company X is processing my data and I want to withdraw that consent, and I say erase my data, they can deem it again. So it's an infinite loop. How does this work? Right? So I think that's bad drafting in law. Let me finish with a couple of points, right? Secondly, there is an exemption for credit scoring for deemed consent. How does that work? Why should someone be able to profile me and do a credit scoring of me? What does China have? Social credit system. People are barred from taking flights if they don't meet a particular. So why is it that I'm allowing someone to scrape all of my data, take all of my data without my consent so they can do credit scoring, right? Recovery of debt, that's a problem. One of the big problems with the payday loan, the salary loan startups, is that they take access to someone's entire device. They have photographs, they've got contact details, and then the recovery agents start calling up people to saying that, they say that, we'll call all your contacts and tell them you haven't paid the loan, or we'll take your photographs and make them public. They threaten them. Yeah. Instead of protecting that person's privacy, you're saying once you've taken a debt, you own everything. There's deemed consent. What sense does that make? I mean, look, even for electoral purposes, one of the things that I really want to use a data protection bill for is to know how political parties have profiled me and what data they've collected of me from where. That should be my democratic right. But this gives a political parties a complete exemption. So this bill does nothing to protect privacy, is what I'm saying.
Ashish?
It destroys everything that a privacy bill should stand for.
Okay, all right. So I think we should just remember one thing, that the purpose has to be lawful. Second, just because you have used deemed consent, if you do something which is criminal activity or unlawful, this doesn't legitimize that. Second thing is that just because you're using this as a ground, you can't deviate from the purpose. So having said all this, let's take where I agree with what Nikhil just said. Let me just complete. I'll just complete. When you look at publicly available data, just because something is publicly available doesn't give somebody a right to process it in a manner which is unfair to me. So I think that is clearly a gap, and that probably needs to be fixed in the bill. And that can be done through drafting, and that's the initial position, right? That how do you fix this? Secondly, employment purpose. So now this bill says that for employment process, you can process it based on deemed consent, but you can only process it for legitimate, lawful employment purpose. If now you process it to discriminate against me in a manner which is otherwise not permissible, then obviously you are guilty and you will be hauled up. So I think we need to go back to think, what is this law trying to do? And how does it sit in the context of all the other laws that are there? And then we will have a little more clear picture where we will be able to say that, okay, fine, am I protected enough or not? Thanks.
Just one thing that...
And I also like to discuss the rights or duties of data principle, if we have time.
Yes.
And I hope you all have some questions.
So one thing that Ashish just mentioned right now is that whatever they're deeming consent for, it's a lawful purpose. What is the lawful purpose under the bill? A lawful purpose under the bill is anything that's not illegal. There's a legal vacuum in India. We don't have laws for a lot of things. We don't have laws for a lot of cyber crime that happens. We don't have laws for a lot of surveillance that can take place. Does that mean that just because it's not illegal, you get to do it?
And if you're harassing somebody, then I think there are laws to protect people.
So there are some, but there are also not a lot. There is a legal vacuum when it comes to how the internet is governed in India, how data is governed in India. So if we take that approach that lawful is what is not illegal, then I think that is where the problem comes from. So just saying that, because that they're deeming consent for lawful purposes is not enough, because the bill defines lawful purpose as something that is not illegal. And there is a legal vacuum.
There are, in the CRPC, of course, lot of the sections,
Definitely,
they do deal
definitely
with some of the
there- yeah,
issues
yeah.
related with the internet
Yes,
even today.
but even that, we're trying to reform that, right? We're
Yeah, yeah,
trying to
of
do
course.
criminal law reform for CRPC, ITA Act is getting reformed, everything is getting, IPC is getting reformed. So that means that there is also awareness
There's a
that
gray area, of
there
course, yeah.
is a vacuum.
Getting changed, not reformed necessarily. We don't know yet.
Yes. Another thing, just one more thing, because you'd asked me about the regulator before. I don't think we can call it a regulator anymore. It's just a board now, and it's just going to listen to complaints or grievances that arise. It's not regulating. It's just going to give answers to, okay, are they in compliance or not?
Yeah,
It's basically just an adjudicatory body at this point. And what will happen, because they've also restricted the jurisdiction, is that it could end up in a CIC, Central Information Commission type situation, where it takes at least 1.5 to 2 years for somebody's complaint to come up. So for 2 years, your data is getting violated, your privacy is getting violated, while all the the backlog is being cleared by the Data Protection Board. So I think that is also something that we need to see, that it's not really a regulator. Calling it a regulator, I don't think we can call it a regulator anymore.
No, that's a fair point. And also, how will it function with other regulators? There's not much defined in the law. They've taken away the MOU clause as well in terms of how it should work with, let's say, the RBI or whatever that is. But important point on CIC, and taking from that, the last clause, I think the second last clause also talks about right to information, and that the fact that Right to Information Act is now going to be amended, where personal information related to any query now will be denied. So I think that's something which also is being studied. But I want to come to Ashish, and I'll come back again with one other round, but quick respond, and then Nikhil, and then we'll take questions.
Okay, so the RTI amendment, that should not go, because RTI Act has enough safeguards, so that's not really necessary. On the point that, deemed consent again, when you look at purpose, if the purpose is granular enough, then I think it takes care of these kind of issues. On the board part, look, resolving complaints against data protection violation, imposing penalties is going to demonstrate the success of the bill as far as stakeholders are concerned. So I think the point really is that we are in a journey. Europe has had 30-year journey, and they have put out a law which will take them 25 years to figure out the cost-benefit analysis. So if we can now do this well, and that's where the focus is, I think then you get to a stage where you actually are able to give privacy protection and test it out. And I think the rules, while some of it can be more encoded in the bill, but to some extent we have seen over the last few years, and this is a trend, that unlike earlier when law got enacted and we had the same law for multiple decades, now you are having laws which are getting routinely amended every few years, and the rules getting amended even more frequently.
Very frequently.
And in all of that, we have seen public consultation, and that again needs to be hard-coded in the bill. But I think that is a journey. So it's like saying that, you can't design a software knowing all the functionalities when you don't know the functionalities that well. So you need to have the core system and then build functionalities as you come to the use cases. So I think in India, we need to take that kind of an approach, so that we ultimately get a software which we want and we can use, rather than having a lot of functionality and then figuring out, okay, it is a mismatch or some of it doesn't work.
Just like we make mistakes on the way and then improve, hopefully. But Nikhil, quick points, and then Anushka, quick points, and then we'll open to the floor.
You can also not learn from other people's mistakes. Like, you can't come with something that's as disastrous as this bill is. You can't even learn from previous versions, which were substantially better. The first version was substantially better. But I just want to, the Sri Krishna draft, right? I want to go back to where I started, and then after your round you can go to questions. But it's about, like I said, one of the problems with this bill is that it largely gives a complete freedom to the government to surveil us, right, as citizens. But what it also does is creates a situation of privatization of surveillance in a different way, as in every single app, every single private party that you engage with is collecting data about you, and there's literally no restriction on the government to take that data from them to profile you. Go back to something that was planned again under the Congress government and is still being operationalized, but one of these days it could become operational. There's something called NatGrid. It's a national intelligence grid, right? What it does is that it provides real-time information on an individual. Version 1 of that particular program said there will be 21 public and private databases. Version 2 was 900 plus public and private databases. Version 3, 1600 plus public and private databases. So what you're doing here is using a bill that's supposed to protect us, creating a framework and enabling lawfully, effectively, a mass surveillance mechanism where we are basically compromising our privacy and putting ourselves up for surveillance all the time, using the apps and services that we use. And that's a huge, huge, huge problem that violates the entire, like, that goes against the fundamental right to privacy judgment.
So
So,
let's,
and what it does is, it's once people realize that this is happening, that the government can go to any company and take your data from them, it starts eroding trust.
in the users.
And that impacts the economy, that impacts, like, I don't see it. I strongly believe that the incentives for users and companies are actually aligned. It's only some instances. For example, a friend of mine said a few days ago that there was a startup founder whose company shut down. He had data of 2 million users. He was willing to sell it to anyone willing to pay, right? I don't know if this bill prevents that from happening. Why not?
Fair enough. Anushka, final points? As you wanted to respond, so we'll give you after Anushka is done. Yeah.
I think we need to, like, and this is where I started again. I think we need to go back and think about what this bill is for. Whose interests is it going to protect? Is it going to protect user interests? Is it going to protect the company interests, or is it going to protect the government interests? As a civil society organization, we believe that this bill should protect user interests. It's the data protection bill. Whatever you call it digital personal data, you call it personal data protection, XYZ, ABC. The point of the bill is to protect the right to privacy of Indian citizens. And that is what the government is supposed to do. That is what they're making these laws for, to protect Indian citizens, right? And then we come to the question, is this bill doing that? And I don't think it is. I don't think it is because of how it's not giving notice, because of how it's deeming consent, because of the wide exemptions that the government can give to itself and to private actors, which opens it up to a lot of lobbying again. Same with the data transfer clause. So I don't think it's really protecting citizens, what it does for children, how the age gating is happening. So are user interests actually getting protected? Is it data protection and is it data processing? And this is something we put out in our submission for the bill as well, that this is not really a data protection bill, it's a data processing bill. It's telling you how to process. It's not protecting the interests of, and one of the biggest reasons why that is also because of the toothless data protection board. I mean, the chief executive is going to be appointed by the government. All of the rest of it is up to the government. Will the data protection board actually be able to protect the interests of the users? Or will it end up protecting or even giving more weight to other interests, company interests or government interests? Right? So all of this needs to be fixed. And we believe, at least at Internet Freedom Foundation, that the way to fix it is to like recall this bill and go back to the previous version, which had been developed from civil society and other input through years. I mean, they've junked the entire input that they had gotten through multiple years, everything that the JPC worked on for 1.5, 2 years. And then they've given us these 30 clauses. I mean, it is in 2023, we are talking about a bill that somebody should have made in 2002. I'm not ashamed to say it. This is a 2002, 2003 bill because of how much it lacks. It does not have anything. Right? So yeah, that's how I feel.
Thanks, Anushka. I mean, of course, there are very strong opinions on either side, but Ashish, just to quickly conclude, one point which Anushka said very pertinent is supposed to protect user interests, but it's not. And of course, there are stakeholders involved. Companies have to do business in India. There is a digital economy which has to grow. Processing of data will happen, right? So how can we arrive at a law which protects the user interest, but at the same time, you're not deviating away so much that you're also sort of protecting the interest of, let's say, the fiduciaries, or allowing them to do business, but you are really protecting the user interest practically on the ground. Like, can we arrive at a law which does all of this together, or is it too much to ask for?
No, Kazim, I don't think it's too much to ask. I think the purpose of this law should be single purpose, to protect the data of these citizens and users. So you can't have multiple objectives really there. Having said this, I think it has to be a smart law, which doesn't cause so much, which is not a bull in the China shop kind of a law, and which actually does this in a manner causing least damage. And that's the balance. So it's a good thing that after having had all the discussions and listened to all the inputs and got to where we were in JPC, government took the brave step of saying, now let's come back and do what's really useful. Having said this, I think there are, again, I'll give you a couple of examples. One thing which can be easily fixed. In the current IT Act, you have a provision which says that if you're asking information from an entity, you will give a notice in writing specifying the purpose. So that same thing can be actually carried forward in this bill, which will partly address the issue about government access to data in some sense. So RBI governor is appointed by the government, by the way. So, there are mechanisms in which we can strengthen this bill. And the assumption that just because government has flexibility, it will do all the wrong things, it is a fair point, but it is not necessarily a very realistic point of view in our understanding. And this is where we need to work with the government to make sure that we get somewhere. So the last thing we would want the government to now do is to recall this bill and set us back potentially by another 4 years. So what we as a nation actually need is a privacy bill to get started, and we will obviously improve as we go down the journey.
Great, thank you so much. Any questions? I hope there are a lot of questions coming in. It's still early in the morning, but the discussion has been quite lively, so I hope there are questions. Okay, I see one hand. Sharik has his hand raised, and then another one. So we'll take Sharik's question first, and then we'll come to others. Please introduce yourself. Sharik doesn't need...
Thanks, everyone. How do you see, like we had Shri Krishna Committee report and all the previous, we have so much of put into effort, drafts and all. And Anushka, you have this draft box where we discuss everything. And how do you all see the current report draft we have in light of the previous consultation that was taken? That was the whole exercise that was done by the civil society organizations, by the media, by the industry bodies. And why don't we discuss that? What happened to that previous consultation? And as a civil society, why don't we talk about it? I mean, I don't see that discussion happening.
Very easy answer, right? They just took everything and put in the dustbin.
I also want to know what happened to that previous version.
And
So I have the same question. I want to know what they did with it, because we spent a lot of years on it, right? Everybody spent a lot of years on it. And we can't really see the learnings from that, or even from Puttaswamy in this version. So what did they do with all of those consultations is something that I would also like to know. Yes.
I would think this is an outcome of the consultation and not what they did with the consultation. And a lot of work has gone and all of that. And if we can actually do something. So what is a good job of a public policy person like me? If my job is no longer required, that's the best outcome, right? That things are solved and you don't need a public policy function to be so big. And I think to some extent, I think this is where we should strive our laws to be, not in a situation where we actually require tons and tons of lawyers to clarify and interpret and then to deal with the laws as they come in. So I think we do need a agile law. Yeah.
I think as researchers, definitely the last 4 or 5 years, there's a lot of good material which was compiled, published by a lot of organizations. So I think at some point of time in the future, even now, it's very relevant in terms of theory, in terms of conceptual understanding of privacy. So would request students to, if those who are really interested in privacy and digital economy and data protection, to peruse through that material. And Medianama has done great work. NASCOM, of course, has been doing it. IFF has been doing it, and we, of course, have also been involved. So that material is still there. So that is not going to age, I feel. And that is going to be very relevant even 10 years down the line. A lot of the briefs which have been written, a lot of the papers which have been published. So it may come into use further later on. It may not have come into use now as much as we would have liked it to be, but I do feel that is going to be relevant even in the future.
And unfortunately, many of the submissions that have gone in are still not available in the public domain because they're going against the pre-legislative consultation
Yes.
policy and not releasing it. So therefore, you don't have that much to work with, but we've all got compilations.
I think that's a valid point. And I think IFF recently did an RTI on the India 2.0. When you guys,
we do
we
a
could
lot
have to
of
file RTIs
requests.
to really access documents. And I think somebody will have to file an RTI to access the submissions for the
So
draft.
that's what. So the pre-legislative consultation policy that he said, it says that you have to publish all the responses.
Yep.
But they're not doing that. I don't think they did it for India 2.0. They did not do it for telecom bill. We asked for it and they said that we will not give it because it's going to go before the parliament, so it's under exemption. For this one, in the notice itself, they've said that we're not going to make it public. So, they're going against the pre-legislative consultation policy that's there already. They're going against principles of transparency. And there's no reason for it, I think.
Maybe somebody have to file an RTI again.
Oh,
But
we filed an RTI, but let's see.
on this
Yeah,
possible
yeah,
question.
yeah,
Okay, great. Let's hope.
There's a question there.
Yeah, we have another question. Maybe if you can introduce yourself.
Thank you for this wonderful deliberation. My question is pertaining to the data concern of the consumers, like the citizens of the country. We have seen, compared to Western countries, India has spearheaded in UPI, where people are transacting. I'm like, there is a transaction of even 1 rupee simply everywhere. In Hyderabad, since I've been here for last year, I haven't seen a currency note in my wallet. So when we talk about concern of the citizens with respect to data and the migration or the adoption per se, what are your views on that? On a lighter note, their concerns with respect to understanding what goes into the nitty-gritties of the data, bill which is being rolled out, or what do you think on these aspects? It's in bits and pieces. I hope I've tried to explain something. Yeah.
So there's a misnomer, something that's been going around for a few years. We've heard it so many times that Indians don't care about privacy, right? And that we give our data away readily. The most common example is you're sitting in a train compartment with someone, and by the time you reach your destination, some 2-3 days later, they know your entire family, entire history, etc. Right? The point is, again, it boils down to the idea of trust. So people give a certain amount of data to freely because they believe that won't do them any harm. So one, there is a question of awareness of harms. The same way, if you walk up to anyone on the street and say, "Can you give me your health records?" They won't, right? So there is even in that train journey, with each subsequent conversation, the trust increases and people expose more and more of their data as they go along. We need to realize the reality of how people behave how people behave in our country is not very different from the rest of the world. There is a vast amount of data being collected through UPI. All of that is going to go into credit scoring and lending mechanisms. There is also, there's a unique health ID that's being created, which will house all our health data. All of this is going to, through a consent framework called DEPA, be transferred and accessible to insurance and credit companies and that entire management is going to happen through entities called account aggregators. So we are being profiled not just by the apps that we're using, but also all the government services we're using, and also all the private company government supported services like UPI, like ONDC, like Health Stack, and a bunch of others. There's going to be an Edu Stack, there's a travel stack, there's a voice stack. All of that is data. all of that, and people aren't aware of the harms that the data might cause if it gets leaked. And frankly, we don't really have a culture of cybersecurity in this country. I know NASCOM and DSI do exemplary work there, but at a government level, there's barely little. Look at what happens at the Ames ransomware attack a few weeks ago, right? India doesn't have a cybersecurity policy. It's been in the works since 2018. I don't know when it'll come out in 2028 maybe. But yeah, I don't know if I've answered your question, but that's what I thought you were asking.
Yeah, like this was related to the digital transformation in the governments which is happening. And major aspect which I found is like the trust factor. So I was just looking at, concern like when people are using UPIs blindly, at across metros till the, villages it has spearheaded. And we are 1.5 times more than China itself. So that was one aspect. And I've been reading about some reports with respect to Norway and the Scandinavian countries and how they roll out. So over there also, like the major thing they focus is trust. So, how it matters with the UPI or the other government projects with respect to making it more digital governance.
So one of the things that we've seen with government projects in terms of digitization is this idea of reduction of friction in the process. What that means is that there aren't sufficient checks and balances in place, which is why you're seeing the scale of UPI frauds that you're seeing, right? Fraud detection is not, the other thing with UPI is that you're pretty much exposing your entire bank account whereas if you look at the credit card system, there's a limit and you have the freedom to set your limits so people control. In fact, people who are aware in case of the risks of UPI, even though it's growing exponentially, are also being smart about it. I know people who are using a bank account with a limited amount of balance specifically for UPI because it's become easier to open a bank account. So I'm saying we have to balance digitization, digital transformation, the reduction of friction with also better protection. So this bill doesn't protect us that well. We don't have we don't have a cybersecurity policy. We don't have adequate protection from, technical implementation and auditing of entities that are hosting vast amount of data. I don't know if you remember, but Rasna Khera's story on Aadhaar, right? What she found was that at the Common Service Center level, and this is 2016 maybe, 16, 17, that at a Common Service Center, which was being used to enroll people in Aadhaar, the operators were selling admin access to the Aadhaar database with read-write functionality. So anyone could basically become an Aadhaar admin and get access to all the data. Right? They filed an FIR against Rasna for doing that story, and then they eventually withdrew it after there was global criticism. But they never really acknowledged the problem that was there. Right? You have had cases in UP where for Aadhaar enrollment, fingerprints have been cloned for the operators. The GPS location has been modified, like the software that's being used has been modified. People are ingenuous about how they are breaking the system. Unfortunately, we're not doing enough to protect. Go back to 2013 and 14, you had government departments publishing spreadsheets and publishing databases with people's name, phone number, address, parents' names, Aadhaar number, mobile number, all of that publicly accessible. I downloaded some of those and reported on the fact that this is happening. So I guess people are more conscious of privacy than governments are conscious of people's privacy, is what I'm seeing.
I think it's also, the awareness is rising. I think a lot more people are now becoming conscious. I think it's definitely an issue which hopefully will become an election issue in the next few years or decades, or maybe sooner. But I know I'm getting requests from people to sort of cut short because I think we are running out of time.
Can we do one last question?
But yeah, we can take a question, at least because it's a very interesting discussion. I don't want to stop too early. And I'm sorry, I mean, we also started a little late. So gentlemen over there, I think have a question. Maybe.
Sure. So I'll keep my question short. So I'm a student of public policy at IIT Bombay, and so while reading through the bill, what I wanted to understand is, so there's mention of public interest, and the public interest will be decided by the authority as mentioned in the bill. So what about the whistleblowers who are there, who are sort of like in public interest, journalists and activists, they want to do something, they want to make some change, which in their opinion might be something that they're doing in public interest, but at the end the power lies in the policy maker, the regulator. So like going forward, what about the whistleblowers who want to bring change in a positive sense, but the government may not look at it in the same manner? So how do you see that sort of being addressed in the bill, and also not just in the policy making aspect of it, but after it's the implementation of it begins?
Yeah, Anushka, you want to come?
Yes.
And maybe Ashish can also.
I don't think there are any added protections that are given to these kind of users who are doing this kind of sensitive work. And instead, if you look at the telecommunication bill, the draft telecommunication bill, it says that they will have to identify that the online communication services will have to identify each user that they have on their platform, and they will also have to identify to the receiver the person who's sending the message. So if you look at all of these frameworks together, and that is how I think the government wants us to look, like, you know, telecommunication, data protection, and the Digital India bill whenever it comes. You have to look at them together and what kind of effect are they having? They are not giving the protections that are needed. They are not giving protection to sensitive personal data. They're not giving added protection to people who are doing sensitive work. Instead, they are making these kind of requirements for licensing under the telecommunication bill, where the online communication service provider has to identify, basically violate the privacy and violate the anonymity of that person who's trying to do something like whistleblowing. So in that situation, I think the government has not really thought about these outcomes, or even if they have thought about these outcomes, they've thought that this is not an outcome that they want to give importance to, which I think is another failing of this entire framework.
Ashish?
I completely agree with Anushka. I think the telecom bill point is disproportionate, and also you need to have clear exemption for journalistic purpose. Having said that, I think one should also say that if somebody is rightfully doing a whistleblower function to expose something which is illegal, then just the fact privacy, therefore, is not a safeguard in that. So that is a concept that you can keep in mind, but definitely this is an area which can be strengthened.
No, but if you look at the right to information amendment that they have now put in place.
That should go away, I see.
Yes, exactly. So the right to information amendment that's there, that removes the public interest disclosure exception, and now they've said that
ironic.
any personal information that the government holds, it will not be shared under this one. And so what they've done is they've removed that requirement that if the disclosure is in public interest, you give the information. So basically, again, like, yes, and I think everyone agrees on this point that journalistic purposes should be protected. However, I don't think it is.
One last thing, and I'm not a lawyer, but I don't think in law itself, the phrase public interest is defined anywhere. It's only in case law.
Actually,
so
it's not. Yeah. Even national security is not defined.
So instead of defining national security, which will help bring about proportionality of violation, for example, the same exemptions for surveillance can't exist with national security concerns and public order concerns, right? But like I said, who does this protect? This bill? The government. Who does this expose? The people. We get impacted. This is not a data protection bill.
So I think we can't take any more questions, because otherwise the panelists waiting for me will start hating me. So I'd like to thank Nikhil, I'd like to thank Ashish, Anushka for joining in, and thank you all for coming early in the morning, listening to us. Just a final point, I think what Anushka also mentioned, that there's a telecom law which is also in draft stages. The new IT Act will be amended. So when we talk about privacy, when we talk about user protection or users at large, it's not just a privacy law. There are other laws which intersect with the privacy law, and I think you need to look at those laws as well, read them together to understand how user rights are protected, whether they are really being protected, and how the laws are trying to, or whether they are really successful at supporting innovation and driving digital economy. We hope the new privacy law will come soon with necessary changes and evolution, which I think the panelists very well spoke about. But thank you all for joining in, and thank you to Team ISB for having this discussion. The public consultation for the data protection bill has been closed, but you can still write into the government, you can still email them, you can still reach out to them, because I do feel that this process will continue for a few months at least before the bill goes to the parliament. So please continue to write and do access publicly available documents and publicly available information which is out there on all our respective websites. So thank you all for joining in, and yeah, I think we'll sort of conclude with this. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists for sharing their thought-provoking views on the importance of governance and compliance policy when it comes to data privacy. I would also like to make a small announcement. Research poster presentation is going on in Atrium as per the schedule from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So please find some time and do visit the Atrium in order to interact with the participants of the research poster presentation. Moving further, I would now like to invite the next expert panel to share their views on the topic, Telecom Subscription Frauds, Global Policy Trends, Challenges and Risks. The panel aims to discuss the different factors resulting in subscription frauds, challenges faced by the law enforcement agencies and telecom service providers. The panel also aims to propose a framework for verification of proof of identity to curtail the telecom subscription frauds. I would now like to invite the panelists on stage, please. Dr. Shruti Mantri, Associate Director, ISB Institute of Data Science. Dr. Archana Gulati, former Director, Government Affairs and Public Policy, Google. Mr. Kanishk Gaur, Founder and CEO, India Future Foundation. Mr. Piyush, Cybersecurity Leader, Indian Navy. Ms. Shikha Goyal, Director, Anti-Corruption Bureau, Telangana. This expert panel will take place for 1 hour. And I would like to request Dr. Shruti Mantri to kindly moderate the session, please.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? I'm audible? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. And on behalf of the Indian School of Business and Bharati Institute of Public Policy, I really like to welcome all the speakers and the panelists for this particular session. It's indeed a privilege and an honor for me to be a part of this eminent panel which is here today. With the advancements, as you guys are all aware of, in the field of technology and telecommunication, the number of mobile subscriptions and people usage to mobile devices has been increasing day by day. According to a report of GSMA, there are currently around 10.57 billion mobile connections worldwide, which is in fact at times more as compared to the population in certain countries. In India, the number of mobile telephone subscribers increased from 1,170 million at the end of May 2022 to around 1,172 million at the end of June 2022. Now, why there is an increase so fast in the number of mobile devices is also because today the mobile connections do not just facilitate communication. It is also helping us access multiple different life enhancing services, which is we talk about banking, or it is healthcare or employment or voting at times, or even education. Pandemic only accelerated that particular usage which is there, because it allowed us to access these services remotely with the help of these particular devices. But in order to gain access to a subscription, that is a mobile subscription or a SIM subscription, one needs to identify his or herself. It's very important for us to prove our identity, also not only to just get the subscription, but also to be able to access these life enhancing services also today. And the mobile operators, in fact, need to capture and verify the customer identification credentials and personal information in order to activate our SIM cards or the mobile connections which is there. And this is not just in India. Across 160 countries in the world, in fact, SIM registration is in fact mandatory today, both for prepaid as well as postpaid, though prepaid in fact is one of the more preferred option which is there. Now, the reason why this is being done, one is in order to curtail the increase in the cyber attacks which are happening. And in most of the cyber attacks, mobile devices has been widely used. In the first half of 2021, ransomware attacks in the banking sector increased by 1,318%. And in most of these financial frauds which were happened, a fraudulent SIM card was acting as a base, where the attackers were basically using a fraudulent SIM card to hide their identity and to prevent them from being identified. Fraud is a serious concern today, not just for us as an individual, but even for the law enforcement agencies, the Department of Telecommunication, and also for the government which is there. Because with the increase in the facilities, the attackers are also exploiting the vulnerabilities which are there in these particular systems. That's my first question to Shikhaji is, in the last few years, we have seen there has been significant rise in the number of attacks which are happening on the internet or through the internet or the mobile devices which is there, as compared to even physical, Since from the law enforcement perspective, we would like to know on your thoughts about where these, does mobile really play a very vital role in the increase in the cyber attacks which is there?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here. We are living in a rapidly transitioning society. As per a recent Mint report, the internet user base in India is about 700 million presently, and is likely to increase to 900 million by 2025. So which would mean that almost 50% of Indians across age groups and geographies are using the internet for some reason or the other. We are all work and play is happening on the internet. So it is very natural that the criminal will also shift to the digital platform, and not only shift, they are also innovating very rapidly. While all cyber crimes do not happen through the mobile device, a large number of them do, especially the cyber financial frauds or the cyber extortions. They usually happen through use of mobile devices, and therefore the mobile phone number becomes very important for the identity of the criminal as far as we are concerned. Then the unrestricted availability or access to the SIM cards and cheap mobile phones, they ease the work of the criminal and make our job a little more tough. And therefore, the subscription identity validation, the subscriber identity validation is actually very important in detection, prevention, and reduction of certain kind of cyber crimes. So yes, it is really important for us as a law enforcement agency.
Yes, rightly said, as Shikhaji, today the number of online this has increased, and mobile does plays at some point a vital role. Archana ji, you also have come from a telecommunication background. You have worked in this particular sector, and primarily, today it's not just the banking fraud, but also a lot of nuisance happens in terms of frauds which are created by spam calls and the messages that we keep on getting every day. Given your specialization in this particular area, could you elaborate and add to what Shikhaji said more on the nature of this particular problem? Because people may not even know that, the calls that we get every day from multiple different agencies, in fact, is actually a spam call.
Yeah. So let me second what Shikha said. First of all, the mobile in India is a lifeline, and that became even more so, with the pandemic. So the pandemic year saw a tremendous increase in people coming online, using mobile connectivity. Even little children had to actually study using a mobile phone in India. Now, as she said, as the number of people increased, the frauds shifted from the offline medium to the online medium. And one of the major ways in which this happened is through what we call unsolicited commercial communications in telecom jargon, which is essentially calls and messages which a subscriber receives without their consent. And a large part of these are a source of great agony. They can harass, they can cause huge financial frauds. What lends itself so well in the case of a mobile phone or telecommunications to frauds is the fact that we are a country which is essentially dependent on mobile phones. B, we carry our phone everywhere. Our entire life is inside that phone. I don't know how many of you are aware, but the statistics say that we look at our phones on an average about 60 times a day. And the time spent on apps in India increased by 80% during the pandemic. So this is the extent. And now what happens is with a phone, unlike an email, you're constantly, immediately available. The minute you receive a call, you're likely to pick it up. Even with the email or a message, you're likely to look at it because the phone is everywhere you are. And that's what makes it much easier for the spammer or the fraudster to reach you, making it such a huge problem for both the subscriber, whose privacy is being invaded, who's being who's so vulnerable to these kind of frauds, and it becomes a major problem for the regulator too.
Yeah, as rightly said by her, today it's not just mobile or not just spam calls over phones that we get. Piyush, you are a cybersecurity expert, and today this has also been extended even to a subscription industry, because subscription itself has become an industry today where people subscribe to so many different particular platforms and services, in fact, which are there. And there are incidences where, the attackers are basically abusing it, reselling a lot of schemes, and these kind of cases also happen. What do you think are the risk and challenges? Why, what are these vulnerabilities which are being exploited by these attackers?
Very good morning to all of you. Thanks, ISP, for having me here. To answer your question, first we need to understand what is cybercrime and how big is cybercrime. Of all the crimes, everyone in this audience will agree with me. They know some family member, relative, or a friend who's encountered, who's been a victim of cybercrime. It's that pervasive in our environment. Going by the numbers, cybercrime in 2021, if it was an economy, it was as big as $6 trillion. That is, according to Cybersecurity Ventures, a consultancy firm, which pegged the damages caused due to cybercrime at $6 trillion. And just for information of audience, India's GDP today is 3 trillion. And this is bound to increase as per them to around 10 trillion in 2025. Compare that with the revenues of Amazon and Apples of the world. So cybercrime is a huge business. And this has prompted organized crime from, say, narcotics, gambling, to move into cybercrime. So we are not against some illiterate in Jamtara who's sending us phishing mails. It's a complete criminal syndicate. So given these challenges, the risks, the technologies have to evolve, and there are technologies available from both sides. From the service provider side, say from mobile network operators, there are fraud analytics tools which have evolved. But again, these are with their own challenges and their constraints. The challenges, if you can see, is like when you run a fraud analytics tool, you have to see the volume of data. As Dr. Shruti mentioned, there are roughly around 1180 million mobile phones in the country. And if I run usage data of customers and analytics on them to detect frauds, you can imagine the time taken to identify that. And these numbers are circulated very fast, rapidly. The second is again challenges with data privacy. So for how long can I keep the usage data with us to run our fraud analytics over it and identify fraud behavior of customers? The third aspect is of security of data. When telecom service providers or mobile network operators store the data, how do they store it? And can it be controlled? Is it in law accordance with the constitution or the existing regulations of the country? So these are factors which have to be kept when you're looking at telecom subscription frauds.
Thanks, Kanish. Would you like to please add to what you said?
Yes, thank you for having me here. As founder of India Future Foundation, a lot of my work involves fighting cybercrime, and there are new paradigms of cybercrime which is evolving, which is not happening within India but coming from outside India. The new trends that I'm seeing is that there is a lot of crypto-related frauds. People are getting messages on messaging platforms to subscribe for crypto, and these messages are not originating from India but from countries in Southeast Asia. And these are organized syndicates which are operating. We recently saw that certain IT professionals were kidnapped and they were taken to Thailand and they were forced into cybercrime. That's one. The other trend that we are seeing is that impersonation is happening on messaging platforms. And a lot of these scams are originating from Nigeria. And these have not just impacted the common man, but have impacted our legislators, our members of parliament, even the speaker of Lok Sabha got impacted, ministers. So this is not just a problem for common man, but it's a national security risk today that we are seeing. Certain other aspects which we are seeing is that today a lot of crime is happening with respect to sextortion. You will get calls on WhatsApp or on Signal or Telegram, and these will be video calls. And if you decide to answer those calls, they will fake the image and then try and extort money from you, saying that we will make this image public. The biggest issue that law enforcement agencies face today is that they have to work between states. So by the time a particular state police reaches another state, these criminal syndicates have already left. So for preventing such fraud, it's important that these SIM cards which are issued, and you have to get a CAF form signed when you have to issue these SIM cards, that verification process has to be streamlined by telecom operators. Secondly, the number of frauds which are happening, banning those numbers, not just messaging platforms, but telecom service providers have to play an immense role. I understand that Department of Telecom is setting up a digital intelligence unit to track a lot of these cybercrime. So now those kind of models have to be, speed tracked, because the way this crime is increasing, it is going to impact not just a common man, it is going to impact the Indian economy. Cybercrime is going to be one of the key, differentiators which is going to allow frauds to happen. And it is also a national security risk because we've seen that a lot of loan apps are there on Android Play Store. I don't want to take name of, but that's another risk because today people are calling out and asking you to download an app and you don't know that app is actually being used to monitor you or take away your data or take remote control of your devices. That's there. So now some of these apps have to be removed. So as a country in India, we have to ensure that you have a clean slate policy or a security policy where you can ban these apps or these apps can be taken down. That's one of the biggest risks which I see law enforcement agencies face.
Very rightly said, Kanishk, that not just in India, but these crimes are happening from across different geographical locations, and people not only in India but across the world are also being, in fact, the target of those. But as we all know, around 160 countries basically have policies in place where SIM registration is mandatory both for prepaid as well as postpaid. India is one of them, and in our country, as per the Department of Telecommunication guidelines, we have eKYC, DKYC, and the paper KYC. So different processes are are there in place despite despite the number of crimes is increasing. We have never seen the crime getting decreased though the identity verification procedure or policies are in place. And at one end, as you rightly said, even the previous discussion concluded with saying, data privacy, people's information, data is getting collected. And Archana, from there, in fact, I would like to ask you, you have already worked on an international report, So at one end, we talk about people have to give their identity, validate their identity to get access to that particular services. And the other way, we also talk about, that consumers' access or data needs to be protected. Since you have worked in this area, how do you think, are the two related? What are the challenges when we want to implement and ensure that both are in place?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So this is something, I'm going to start a little bit with a digression because it's not easily appreciated. When we talk about the number of mobile phones in India, we forget the divides. So even today, our teledensity is 85%. So it is the urban teledensity that's more than 100%. Rural teledensity is still less than 60%. Rural internet penetration is still less than 40%. Less than a third of Indian women own mobile phones, okay? So one of the biggest problems that the government, not only Indian government, governments across the world face is increasing, firstly, normal access. That is getting people online because people will get left behind if they're not online. It's an ethical issue, it's a political issue, and it's a socio-economic issue. So one is this. Now we come to access to data, people's vulnerability. Now, in situations like the pandemic, who's coming online? Little children, the youth, they are the biggest people, majority of the population online. You have aged people coming online, you have persons with disabilities coming online, they're extremely vulnerable. They don't know when they consent to give their data, the same data that is misused to create spoofed IDs or, to sort of clone your SIM, they don't know exactly what they're doing. Digital skills are so lacking, with people who are compelled to be online. So these are major problems for, I think, firstly, regulators and the state and law enforcement agencies to put their heads together on. And having worked on both sides, the technology side and the government side, what I would say is that with all the advanced technologies in the world, even technology companies are not able to keep up with the kind of sophistication with which fraudsters within our region, that is South Asia, or even say Nigeria, come up with new ways of cybercrime and of harassment or of fraud. So it is both parties, in fact, all parties, the consumer themselves needs to be educated, regulators need to come into play, technology companies need to do more, but all of them have to meet each other halfway. It's not a problem that can be solved by either party.
Yes, just Piyush, I would like you to add, how is this landscape different, in UK and US from the developed countries?
Okay, so what we need to understand is what type of consumers are there in India and UK and USA. In India, around 85 to 90% consumers, depending on the rural and urban divide, it is prepaid customers, whereas, and the remaining are postpaid customers, of course. Whereas in the UK and US, it's a converse. Most of the customers are postpaid customers, and very few, that is around 20-25% only, are prepaid customers. So the frauds which happen in UK and US are more related to the subscription-based frauds, where the identity proofs or the credit card details are obtained from a dark web, and subscriptions to obtain high-end phones and plans are taken. And when the company realizes that these plans or the customers are fake, the phones are lost because they're not able to trace, and the revenue is lost. And the worst part is that these companies generally don't report this as fraud, they report it as bad debt. So what happens with bad debt is, like, roughly I was reading one article which says that 40% of the bad debt is actually frauds from telecom service providers in the West. So what happens is when these companies don't report it as fraud, they don't get investigated, and then they are ignored by the law enforcement. The problem in India is something else. In India, since most of the users are prepaid, the identity proofs are given using ID mules, or people like one person maybe having a 10, 12, and from the entire village, they get the ID proofs. And based on that, they get the SIM cards and those numbers. And these SIM cards are distributed for financial gains, and they are further used for perpetrating crimes. So there's a complete difference, and it requires a different approach in terms of what kind of strategy is required to prevent these kind of frauds.
Yeah. As rightly said by Piyush, that's where my next question to Shikhaji is. He mentioned, person have multiple different identity proofs and proof and address. And as per the Department of Telecommunication guidelines, which is we can use any one of those, in fact, to procure a SIM registration. Now, each one of them, whether it is Aadhaar or it is voting or the driving license itself, are different sub units. So when these, in fact, crimes are being registered and the law enforcement agencies, start investigating these cases, what are the challenges, the law enforcement agencies face when they have to investigate the crime, but in that crime, one person has used, multiple different proofs of identity or proof of address to identify or, validate himself. And do you think from the law enforcement perspective, any one identity proof would be better to be used? And should the Department of Telecommunication, in fact, come up with some new policies on those?
Cybercrime investigation is a very complex, partly because what other panelists have said. These are mostly multi-jurisdictional. The criminal is placed far away from the scene of crime. So you have a Dolly Sahu sitting in Jamtara, emptying the accounts of an elderly couple in Warangal, as well as of a page 3 person in Mumbai or Delhi. Then the other thing is that there are hundreds of victims even before the crime gets reported to us. Another thing is that the money which is taken away from the account goes through a complex chain of payment gateways, wallets, bank accounts, most of which are mule accounts. So, and finally, it is probably either converted into crypto, or it may be withdrawn in cash from an ATM in some remote part of the country. As other panelists, it's an organized thing. Even if you're talking about Jamtara, which was the fishing capital of the world in a way. These are organized. We have clustered hubs which have come up, and it's just like a cottage industry in those places. Now the new Jamtara which is coming up is this triangle including Mathura, Bharatpur, and Mewati areas. And at times when I was looking after the cyber crimes in Hyderabad city, we'd sent team to Rajasthan. Our people were attacked, physically attacked, bullets were fired. So it becomes very challenging. Another is that there are syndicates for procurement of these SIMs. So there's an ancillary ecosystem created for SIMs. Our study or our investigations have shown that at present, the syndicates are working mainly in the tribal areas of Odisha, Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, parts of West Bengal, where they are getting hundreds and thousands of SIMs, mule SIMs, like on basis people sell their identity for a couple of hundreds, and then these SIM mules are then sold to the fraudsters, and which are then used. Also, there's a recycling among gangs, so a group of SIMs which are maybe presently used in one part of the country for one gang, for one MO, will after a few months be sold to another set of gang which is in a different part using different MO. So at times when we arrest one gang, suppose I arrest 9 criminals and recover hundreds of SIMs, they would have moved and done different MOs across different geographical. So it's very difficult to, unravel this logistic chain and reach to the real criminal. And then when you talk about multiple IDs, I would say that, Aadhaar definitely is one of the strongest identification in the world system which is available. And but in a country which is as vast and as diverse as ours, one size fit all may not be implementable. So even the Supreme Court has expressed his reservations of only using Aadhaar as a source of identification, except unless it is for getting some state subsidy. So we have to look at our reality also when we talk about a single. But yes, we know that now we are moving towards where the different POIDs may get linked to a single Aadhaar database, and we may get access to that. But we have to live with it, with this dichotomy. So it does cause delay as an investigating agency if I have to get information from different sources or departments, because the response varies.
Right.
But yes.
Yes, absolutely. I concur with her. Piyush, in fact, both Piyush and Kanishk, what Shikhaji in fact said right now, it's a complete logistic and a supply chain for the telecom industry as well, where because in order for me to get a SIM card or any common man, they have multiple different retailers. The retailers have different multiple POS agents, and in fact, that is a POS agent who collects our particular data and then tries to validate it. So it's a complete logistic and a supply chain industry, within the telecom sector, which is there. And Kanish, I would like you to go first and tell us where are these different gaps, because it's a complete ecosystem there. So can you share your inputs on, what are the different gaps in this complete ecosystem which are exploited by these attackers? Because as you said, it's not only in India, it's across the world, people are attacking us today.
So first, I think the biggest issue is people willing to sell their identity, as Shikhaji has pointed out, for a few hundred rupees. And these Aadhaar cards are collected, and then these gangs buys these SIMs. So the first mile where these SIM cards are sold, the process of verification, the CAF process, has to be streamlined. That when somebody is trying to put in a SIM, how do you do the KYC of that person has to be streamlined in India much better. If it is that person is not able to digitally link his KYC, then the card should not work. The second part is that people who are going out and selling these SIM cards, there has to be a mechanism for doing fraud verification or analytics to identify where these SIM cards have been stolen, sold. And if a large number of SIM cards have been sold by a particular person, there has to be an auditing mechanism within the telecom service provider's setup. And this has to be called out. Again, from DOT perspective, I think there has to be more of penalties and fines with respect to frauds. I don't see much of fines. Fines are with respect to national security or if a cyber attack happens. But what about frauds? There are no fines. We are talking about data protection. We are talking about 250 crores of fine. But for telecom frauds, which are impacting common man, there is no, there is no baseline. So that has to be streamlined. The third element, which is more important, is a public-private partnership and a central law enforcement agency to be given the authority to track cybercrime. It's always becomes a fight between states, Telangana versus another state, Haryana, and bullets get fired. I have worked with law enforcement agencies and they have been shot. They're afraid to enter villages because they know they will be shot. So there has to be a central agency who has to be given a mandate. And this is something which we can learn from the West. In countries like UK, US, there are central agencies which can look at some of these frauds. So, you've got bodies like Central Bureau of Investigation, NIA. Why don't you give them a mandate to look at crime which is impacting national security or consumers at a larger level? So those are some of the things which are much necessary. And again, the digital intelligence unit which DOT is setting up, if that can be done more in partnership with the telecom service providers, then I think a lot of fraud-related data can be shared, and there could be mandates given to remove or block numbers from which crime is happening through syndicates.
Yeah. As you rightly said, Kanish, there are fines, but despite the telecom service providers being fined, still the number of fraudulent SIM cards for even those certain telecom service providers, not take their names, has not reduced. Why is this? I would like all the panelists to add their views to this.
See, the telecom industry is already under a lot of bad debt, right? For them, sales revenue is the top priority. So one, you want to control the frauds. At the same time, you are trying to increase their revenue so that they sustain and then buy new spectrum, 5G, for them to have their valuations, investments. Sales is primary. So anyone who's out there selling out, SIM cards, in various circles, for them, the first priority is how many SIM cards have I sold? It's not how many somebody is using for frauds. So if that mandate is also including if you have sold certain SIM cards which come out to be used for fraudulent activities, then your performances will get impacted. That ecosystem is not defined as far if you look at in India. So it's easier to buy a Vodafone SIM because Vodafone wants to do more sales. Even if their circles are choked at certain places, but other places in rural areas, they just want sales to happen. So that's the irony, actually.
Shikha ji, would you like to add on this?
See, one important point to note is that the TSPs never sell the SIM directly. So it is sold by some end at some end point, which in India often happens to be a Kirana store or a Xerox center. And the liability of identifying the POIDs is on that person. So, and this is that reseller thing, which is not very properly well defined as far as is there. And therefore, the TSPs are not liable in a way for that thing. So that is the major problem which is existing right now. So I do hope that the new telecom bill which comes out irons out these things, and we have a more robust system of subscriber verification, as well as a more making the TSPs a little more legally binding on them to do that. So that I think is the major thing.
Piyush, would you like to add your views on this?
Yes. So I'll answer the second part of the question first. Telecom service providers are okay to pay the fine because that's a cost of doing business. So it is like provisioning for fraud or fines. So if they invest in fraud detection technology or something, it may cost more. So it's cheaper to pay the fine and get away with it, unless the regulatory mechanisms are in place that they'll not be permitted to do business or the license will be revoked. So I think the rules need to be changed for it. Okay. Coming to the point of how can we make this process more better, a national identity system is the requirement of day, and we have seen the benefits in terms of DBT, direct benefit transfer, and all that, and in which the India stack has got a lot of acclaim. Supreme Court, in its own wisdom, had struck down usage of Aadhaar in 2019 for mobile eKYC purposes, and maybe it may be right. But today, when we are looking at delivery of so many digital services to every citizen, not only the French society, a lot of things are revolving around a mobile number. I think it's high time that we have a national identity system. Maybe Aadhaar, maybe not. That's left to debate. But there can definitely be innovations where, as Kanish brought out, at the point of sale point, like the Kirana store, can we have an authentication technology or some innovation in terms of technology-wise or process-wise, where we are able to verify users? So that should be able to solve this problem per se. Okay. The other aspect is Ms. Shikha Goyal also had mentioned about law enforcement. One NCRB statistics which I read is something that in 2020, there were around 40,000 cybercrime cases pending, which are pending in courts. Out of that, only 1,600 judgments were delivered, and 1,200 were convicted. That's roughly 3% conviction, okay, of 40,000 cases in the court. So if the law enforcement and the judiciary don't catch up with the crime syndicates, okay, how will people be dissuaded? You don't jump a signal because there's a traffic cop there. So what people have done is they put a camera, they have got ANPR plates, right? So that's why we don't jump signals. There's a disincentive to not commit a crime. And that it has to be done by the law enforcement and the judiciary. And more importantly, what I personally feel, it's my personal opinion, that right to cyberspace or secure cyberspace should be a public good. Like the way we are expressing our opinions freely here, it's right to freedom of speech, right? So right to secure cyberspace should be a public good. Only then the ecosystem can evolve to give us a more secure environment.
Archana, since you have seen both the
I know,
sides, you
yeah.
know.
So I just want to take this discussion to a slightly higher plane. Again, I know that we can focus narrowly on telecommunications, the SIM card and the subscriber. But again, let's not forget that we're a country where the telecom service providers must go and provide connections to those vast millions who are still not connected, right? So it is important to go out there and do that. Second thing is when it comes to the source of verification of subscribers, we are a population where a lot of people don't have a cozy home address to give. They are migrant labor in this country. So where is that identity and how strong is that identity? And can you actually deprive somebody of the essential right to connecting to mobile networks and the internet just because they don't have that identity is the second question I would like to pose. Having said that, there is no denying that the problem of fraud, scams, misinformation, bad content is enormous. But I also want to just digress to one other point. Let's take the problem of lending apps, right? Now, as a financial regulator, I would also think that there's a whole portion of society that's deprived of credit, right? They're outside the credit system. Why do they fall prey to these lending apps? Because they're desperate for credit. So as government, I would need to address that problem. So there are real problems behind these frauds. Why do people fall prey to frauds? Digital skills are lacking, awareness is lacking, education is required. There are real problems out there. There's a lack of authentication of lending agencies, right? It was later that RBI came up with regulations saying that, only bona fide lending agencies, we will have a list of it. And so that people are aware that these people who are calling are not bona fide lending agencies. So beyond telecom and beyond everything that we can do to strengthen cybersecurity, improve subscription, and of course, this is a continuous effort that will take place between DOT, the telecom subscribers, law enforcement agencies. As government and somebody who's worked for 3 decades in the government, I know that there are larger problems and these are all symptoms of those problems. So we have to address everything simultaneously.
As she rightly said, at one side, it is like, yes, one needs to give its identity. There are certain sections of the society which still don't have a proper identity because of which they have been deprived in accessing these services. And then there are challenges which we are putting on the law enforcement agencies as well. And we as people also keep on thinking, do I need to give my biometric? Should I give my biometric? And a lot these questions come in our mind is because there are many concerns where this data will be stored. Will the providers share this data will be with the government agencies? How long the government agencies is going to keep the data with them? How the government agencies are going to use are they following any currently data privacy policies or certain particular guidelines, in fact, to protect this? So Shikhaji, every common person has this particular question in their mind, certain queries when the law enforcement agencies are investigating these particular cases, when you all receive the caps which are there, so your views on that will help the people also to come out of that bubble. Even if my data is there with the government, it will be safe.
See, as an investigating agency, when we get this information or we use it for the purpose of investigation, it is completely confidential information. It's not that we share it with anybody. I mean, we are not supposed to share, we are not quite sure. They are set protocols of investigation of crimes. There are SOPs, defined SOPs, which we follow. So that's not that the data will go anywhere with. So that is, something which one need not worry if it is coming to an investigating agency. Mm-hmm. But the issue is that whether it is really only the investigating agency which has this data, it is available across. You can go to a Xerox center and you can get details of thousands of subscribers from a center who have in any part of the country. So it is a much larger issue.
Yes. Kanish, would you like to please add on this?
See, some certain aspects which are necessary is that how do you educate the people who are there at the POS, at the Kirana stores particularly. I don't think so. A lot of awareness programs are done in terms of how they should sell the SIMs, whom they should sell. And also, you need to have people who have done some amount of verification, be involved, right? It's just like you can go to a pawn shop and buy a SIM. It's that simple. That person is not educated. If he has to get a form filled, he has to get it signed. So that aspect plays a very, very important role. The other part is digital literacy. As a country, we are digitally illiterate, I will say. We get access to some of these apps, but we are never taught in our education system on how to safeguard ourselves. Whether it is about safeguarding ourselves from cybercrime, bullying, harassment, that is not there as a practice. So if you've got a kid who is going to school, he's not taught that could be a cyber criminal who could be asking him to download an app in his father's phone, and his father would be somebody of great importance. And ultimately, that will lead to compromise of identity of his father or even a national security risk. And these are the kind of methods which are used today. There are games which are created on Play Stores, and then these kids are told that, okay, why don't you go and install this app in your parents' phone, and we will give you reward points, right? Those are things which are used. So social engineering of kids, social engineering of elderly. We have seen the new crime, which is that your electricity will be cut out in next 24 hours. And majority of the people who got impacted were elderly. I got a case where somebody was sitting in Dubai and he was constantly getting calls on WhatsApp that his electricity will be disconnected. And he ended up sharing all of those information and lost 50,000 rupees. And then he never knew where he needs to report this. There's this helpline of National Cybercrime Portal, GOV, call that number. How many times will you be able to reach out to that number? People don't know how to reach out to law enforcement agencies as well. And that has to be done in a more of a train-the-trainer program where educational institutions have to be involved. Parents, teachers, they have to be part of the value chain so that they can reach out to the law enforcement. That will make life much more simpler,
Yes.
at least.
No, I agree absolutely with you. I am going to come on the training and the educating part. But as you mentioned, it's an international, it is people sitting in Dubai are getting calls. And that's where my next question to Archana is, what is the international approach in solving these spam call issues which are there?
So it's very interesting. We studied this for 4 years at the International Telecommunications Union. And of course, from developed to developing countries, there are a variety of approaches. For example, the USA has now almost, I think they've come up with a deadline. They have 2 standards called Shaken and Stir, which is basically using digital certificates where you will identify and connect the caller identification information with the number before you transfer the call to the called person, right? So there is a cost involved. Obviously, technologically, the telecom service providers did grumble that this imposing this standard on us involves a cost. But you look at the cost, the statistics say that 1 in 6 Americans has been subject to, fraud because of spoofing. $10 billion of losses because of fraud. So the government, and the other thing that happens is there's a lot of spoofing to health and emergency numbers. So people who actually need are not able to reach those services. So the government was convinced that no, something has to be done, so they came up. But that's a developed country. You can't take that example and apply it in a developing country. So you have do not call registries. You have India, which has a very sophisticated do not call registry, which is actually using blockchain now, but we still have the problem, right? Yeah. You have, so do not call registry, and this is the most important. Then you have more consultative mechanisms like Australia, Ofcom, Ireland. They follow a lot of collaboration between regulators, consumer agencies, telecom authorities, and players to really understand the problem and keep calibrating the approaches to the technological thing. But I think I have 2 answers. One is consumer education. And I think that is something that the government and regulators, different types of regulators, whether it's RBI, whether it's a health regulator, not just the telecom department and the IT department, all regulators, state authorities, educational institutions, this campaign of digital literacy has to go out. It cannot be left to private companies to do that. That's number one. The second thing is, I think the time has come where international agencies have to come up with some common standards, because a lot of this fraud takes place across borders. So there has been a consensus very difficult to achieve in a UN type of a situation where I think some minimum standards, some obligations have to be imposed across nations, because the problem is imported across borders.
Yes, very rightly
Just
said.
want to make one
Yeah.
point. India recently signed the Counter Ransomware Act, where we had 37 countries. Similar kind of act has to be created in the cyber domain to counter frauds and cybercrime. That is something which is
So something like a cyber Interpol kind of organization.
Yeah, it could be taken up at a UNGG level, but something like that has to be there, because if a crime is happening, say from Southeast Asia, or it's happening from China, how do you counter that? There's no mechanism, right? You have to use the MLAT, you have to use the Interpol route. There has to be a better mechanism to counter cyber.
Yes, absolutely. Now, Shikhaji, Kanish mentioned one point is consumer training and making them aware. We always talk about. I have seen you're also in government of Telangana, and even a lot of efforts are being taken by the law enforcement agencies here in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh as well in training or creating that awareness about security. What are the efforts, if you can tell the audience here, and how much of those efforts also include information about identity protection, or if that is also being covered, that will really help the people sensitize them about not sharing their details with people, because eventually we have to protect our self.
First thing is that despite all the awareness and talk about cyber crimes across channels or news or this, the cyber crimes are increasing. So, it is something which reminds me of the helmet or the seatbelt rule, is that we all know that if you use helmet, it saves your life, but given a choice, 75% of us would not use a helmet. Same goes with the cyber crime, that most of the people know what are the MOs which are used for doing cyber crime, and it's become a part of everyday narrative. At least mostly in the urban areas, at least it has become a part of the everyday narrative. And even then, people continue to fall prey to it. And I mean, I know engineers and MBAs and police officers who have fallen prey to the OLX scam. So, personally, I do feel that there is a limit to all the awareness part. Why it mostly happens is either you are gullible, or you are careless, or you are overconfident, or simple greed. I mean, we're just talking about the loan apps. The Hyderabad City Police was the first to detect the loan apps in the country, and it was a 30,000 crore scam. And we were the ones, in fact, the RBI guidelines came after we wrote, and we had detected that case. And only then the RBI gave those guidelines. And the thing is that we did it 2 years back, and about 160 apps were removed from the Play Store. But even today, new ones have come up, and still there are people committing suicides because they're being harassed by the loan apps. But one simple thing was that why will anybody offer you a loan without any collateral? Is there anything? There are no free lunches anywhere. Yeah. So, but we are so gullible, or we are so greedy at times, or needy at times, because of the things that you fall prey to those things. So it's a very large area, and then we're talking about. So definitely, as a law enforcement agency, we are very much into the awareness part, and we have touched. We're talking about schools. We have touched in the last 1 year 30 lakh school students, and we have a set program every year of having cyber warrior kind of a thing in schools. So there are set things which we are doing. But yes, while there is definitely a lot more scope for creating awareness, there are many systems and protocols which need to be put in place. Just mere awareness is not something which is going to
absolutely
help us.
Yeah. I would really like to take certain questions from the audience, because I'm sure even they would like to talk to the speakers. Yeah.
So wonderful panel, and it's very, I think I would say, it's the topic which is that is the need of the hour, and someone whose phone was hacked about a week before. I can totally relate to what has happened. I'll just narrate a small story because because none of the what was discussed in terms of awareness. I have full awareness, and I was actually, there was a social media site where a chat pops up and I want to close that, and it is not allowing me to close. The moment I tap it, it just the entire my entire phone was hacked, and I see a number of things happening. I immediately switched off the phone, but by the time I realized that my entire phone was compromised. So the technology, the guys are actually at it. The new technology is happening, and probably then we cut down on our social media food that we take. But even then, so I'm saying that we are quite vulnerable in that sense. My question is to Shikha, and also there's two questions. One is to Shikha, and second is to the panelist. One is, as we see, definitely there's the entire machinery is what I would say is geared towards fishing out with people, the community at large, and sooner or later, probably some of us will be in the trap. Whatever to do, but what I see is that there is a lack of enforcement from the authorities, in the sense that I have students who are IPS officers. So I called one of them. He said, "Sir, I think it'll take a lot of time for you to just change your phone. That will be best." So the old part is that how do we actually look at this? Is there a nexus also apart from what we know otherwise? Something which we don't know that we need to work towards. That's one question. And to the panelists, anybody who can answer, is there anything that we know which is best practices that we can actually adopt from other countries, which where, especially in terms of regulations, in terms of how we curtail the crime? Yes, over to you.
So as far as, one thing which, first I would like to say is that as far as Telangana is concerned, we have created an enabling ecosystem to report the crime. So we have the Center of Excellence as T4C, the Telangana State Cybercrime Coordination Center. Since its last 2 years, we have received 70,000 complaints, and it is linked to the 1930 National Helpline and to the Indian 4C, and it provides for us to do a debit freeze, and secondly, access to the KYCs of the mule accounts. And in the last year itself, about 38 crores have been frozen in various such accounts. So, and we've gone against the tide and decided that we are going to register every cybercrime that gets reported to us. And despite we know that it shoots up our crime figures. So in last year, our cybercrime has shown an increase of 57%, because we know that each crime will have multiple victims. So we don't want to wait till it becomes a big crime. So even if one person reports that my 1,000 rupees are gone, we want to register it that level so that we are able to prevent the 1 crore thing. That said and done, it's very difficult, because as I told earlier, the thing of cloning of SIMs and all is a time of the past. It used to happen 3-4 years. Now people are willingly giving that for a few hundred, as we discussed. And so when we do that investigation and reach somewhere, going to the last person becomes extremely difficult. Secondly, we face a problem in the courts. Now the court says the SIM is registered in the name of X person. Where is the statement? Who is this owner of the SIM? Now that is some tribal sitting in Arunachal Pradesh. So Telangana is, you get the criminal, you don't get the SIM owner. But the court is insisting for the SIM owner. So you're talking about just 3% conviction and number. These are real issues. And you're talking about nexus. Definitely. As Piyush mentioned, it's easier to pay the fine than with path. Similarly, so when you have to build in India, there is, at times, those things are there, which are difficult to get, because the liability of the TSPs is very, very limited. That is the main.
I think the second question was, from the international other countries, any good things we can adopt in the Indian scenarios?
So in certain countries, they have created mechanisms where government tracks Play Stores to see what kind of apps are there. And there are ratings which are given to those apps in terms of safety, in terms of privacy. And then those apps have to be taken down on the request of the central government. So in UK, they have this policy of secure mobile apps where apps have to be taken down if they are causing any kind of misharm, they are causing any kind of security risk related to consumers. I think in India, the number of apps which get created, it's very difficult to get those apps taken down. So there has to be a mechanism that if we can adopt, that's very, very important. The other thing which we see is that people who solve cybercrime within law enforcement, they get posted out. And once that officer goes, it's very difficult for you to set up that unit. And I've worked with people who are extremely good at solving cybercrime. And there would be an IPS, fantastic IG level person, and he's doing something else in life, whereas his expertise is in solving cybercrime. He would have solved so much of crime. Those people, their tenure has to be, elongated. And last but not the least, we have to improve our cyber law. The Indian IT Act needs improvement with making changes, looking at online gaming. But with respect to cybercrime, so we can put people behind bars. And lastly, training of judges. I think the biggest issue today is when you have got a cyber crime case taken to a court and you have to explain the technology details to a sitting judge and he doesn't understand technology. And you have to put, you have the criminals, but you get frustrated because the judge doesn't understand technology. So that's also plays a very, very important role.
I'll just add, when you mentioned online gaming, we were able to take action against online gaming and book cases in Telangana only because Telangana has an act. And we are one of the very few states in the country who have that. Otherwise, online gaming is not a crime in India.
Crime. Absolutely.
Just adding to what Kanish said, the other point which I see is when you look at other advanced countries and all that, is having a central agency, a federal agency, something akin to NIA, with branches in all states which are managing cybercrime. Because cybercrime, there's jurisdiction is different. So that is one suggestion. Answering your point, what good practices? Every country in the world is impacted by cybercrime. The volumes may be different, but I don't think so. We can only collaborate and share notes. That's it. But we cannot copy one's model, one cookie cutter approach. We just can't do that.
Yeah, thanks. If I can,
please.
Again, sort of take it a little higher and say that this is it's like a vicious cycle. You see, it'll never stop. There'll always be new technology, there'll be new regulation, there'll be better cybercrime management. It really made me laugh when you said that, that civil servant who specializes in this should continue. I'm sure you will agree with that, it doesn't happen in the civil services. You will keep moving. Unfortunately, there are tenures, etc. So the thing is, these problems are far, far more complex than any easy answer, but all of us are right in our own ways. But what I would say is regulators, different actors in the system must play their part when there are real world problems, because ultimately, as you said, it's only that all the crime that was taking place in the real world, in the offline world, has shifted online, right? So the approaches are pretty much the same. The reasons are pretty much the same. Only the techniques have changed. So I think we need to address some of the real world problems too, because people fall prey because of a combination of various factors, partly technology, partly law enforcement, partly real needs, right? So at the end of the day, this is a continuous process. We'll be forever catching our tails. But yeah, everybody is right.
Any more question? We take one last question and then we conclude. Yeah, please.
It was a very insightful discussion. So I just want to know, from the experts, is there any way that we can prevent from being, cyber crime victim or something. We know the basic information, but I would like to know, is there any tips or information or cautions that you want to like to give to us so that we can prevent being a victim of the cybercrime?
Who would like to go
Yeah,
first?
I'll add basic tips. If you go to websites, there are websites which are insecure. So you can check those websites having HTTP. They are not HTTPS. So don't go to websites which are insecure. The other part, taking calls from unknown numbers, something which you can avoid. If somebody is randomly calling you on a messaging platform like WhatsApp, which is a video call, don't take those calls. If you've got kids who are using your phone, check what kind of apps they have additionally installed on your phone. A lot of time kids put certain kinds of apps which are there. Then there is this sense of urgency for us that somebody is calling us, somebody's lost money. Controlling our nerves when somebody is asking you to make a transaction or pay in case of emergency. A lot of times we see new kinds of frauds where people feel that somebody is in trouble, their friend, and is needing money. So that's important. Then sharing of OTP, PINs, don't share those. If somebody is calling you to upgrade your card from a random number, that's don't share those your details. Also, when people come to verify you for your KYC, verify them first. If they are from those organizations, there are these credit card organizations who send people to verify you, and they will take all your information and they will never identify themselves or put all of your information on a Gmail ID or on a WhatsApp number. That's your personal information. So protecting your PII, personal identifiable information, is very, very important. Your Aadhaar cards, don't allow people to take a copy of it. I think those are basics which are there, which need to be followed.
Never download an app which asks you to scan a QR code. Never scan any QR code for transferring of any money from any unknown sources. Don't believe anything which sounds too good, but it's human nature. Just a few days back, I got a message which appeared to be coming from Amazon saying that you've done good purchasing in the last 1 year and therefore you are now getting an iPhone. And I was just about to click that link and suddenly I realized, nahi karna hai. So, it's something, don't believe in anything which is too good to be.
Yeah. Don't click on malicious links. There are a lot of malicious links which you get on Amazon, Getaway.
Most of you would have got that, your SBI, has been disabled.
For want of
Yeah,
KYC.
you click to enable it. You might even not have an SBI account. So you have to be smart. You think before you click anything.
We have in fact exceeded the time, but there's one request she's making, so I'll take that last question.
A thought to ponder later on among the audience and the panel. So there are states who are already working on the national identification numbers that Piyush was talking about, like Haryana and Karnataka. And I mean, I've been involved myself with Haryana's Parivar Pehchan Patra. There are n number of problems with that too. But I think we cannot wait for a national identification number to come in and then act on the thing. So like going with what Kanishk and Archana and Shikhaji was talking about, social engineering and other things, I think everything needs to come together and then we can not wait for the other one to start. So it's just like coming together and solving it. It's the need of the hour. Yeah.
Yes, one point here, I think right to know who's calling me. No, I don't need to download a Truecaller app and tell me that this is a fake number, this is a, coming from
Spammer.
some other. That's a right. If that can come as part of the telecom bill, that will help to at least save people from new kinds of.
But that also is about privacy, my privacy, right? If right to privacy again, that comes again if somebody is telling you that I'm Ashima and I don't want somebody to know that I'm Ashima. So it is at a cost of privacy also, Kanishk. I think that we should also talk about that. If we are saying this right to knowing, the government should come in and tell make a system that who's calling me rather than Truecaller doing it.
So the solution is
Is-
that your telecom service provider actually does that verification.
Yeah.
Or a third party which is authorized by the government and the telecom service providers does the verification on your behalf while keeping your identity
Exactly.
safe.
Absolutely. You
So
can
that
link
is
it up.
exactly,
You can
that
link
is
it up to a
exactly
government
what
app.
is being done in the US. for
Yeah,
example.
exactly. That is what I'm
Any closing thoughts?
I would just like to thank you for inviting me and say that it was a really enlightening discussion. I've learned a lot from the fellow panelists and the audience. And I think, as pointed out by our audience, it's many pieces which have to work simultaneously. We can't just hold one end of the problem and try and solve it. It requires a combination of education, solving real world problems, tackling the cyber crime issues, tackling the telecom issues simultaneously. Thank you.
Shikhaji?
I would say that one, I would like to say that do assure you that law enforcement agencies are not just sitting back and relaxing. We are very much aware of what is going on, and we are very much doing what is possible. And there are certain things which we are doing which actually I cannot share here also. We have got certain technologies and all which we are using, at least in Telangana, and that is how we know that where those SIMs are being procured and all. As I told, that now we know which are the areas where bulk is happening. And we also are in coordination with all the agencies. So if somebody, any cyber criminal gets arrested in any part of the country, his or her details come to us and we compare them with all our database. And there have been instances where we have detected hundreds of cases in one go by arrest of somebody in some part of the country. So it's not that. And there are certain other states which have also developed some other tools which are partially successful. And I'm sure it's we are learning as we are moving. It's like that. But I also say that a bottom line for this is that this as a user, you have to be very cautious. See, whatever precautions one used to take while preventing a crime in the physical world, similar or even more precautions have to be taken when you are on the digital world. So that is actually the biggest key to prevention of these crimes.
Absolutely. Piyush, your thoughts?
Ms. Shikhaji has stolen my thunder. Basically, what I wanted to say was that whatever precautions you take in the physical world, it's the same precautions you have to take it in the digital world itself. आपको रात को सड़क पार करनी है, अंधेरा है, तो आप संभल के ही जाएंगे. So same is the case with digital world. Think before you click, and as the gentleman brought out, that it's a zero-click exploits. The exploits will keep changing. The technologies will keep changing. It's what you think about it. That's it.
I think you've given us the catchword for, I think, how the campaign should go now. Think before you click.
So it was, in fact, I was thoroughly enjoying, this entire discussion and your thoughts of all of y'all. So on behalf of Indian School of Business and the Bharati Institute of Public Policy, I thank all of y'all, for agreeing, being a part of this wonderful panel, share your thoughts, and as rightly said by all of y'all, and even pointed from the audience as well. It's not the job of one department. It has to be efforts of all the different departments coming together, and also the end user. We all need to ensure our bit of part to be done in order to be secure and safe in this cyber world as well as the telecom world. On that note, I really thank all of you all, and once again the entire audience as well, to be a part of this panel discussion and making it so enriching. On a last note, I would really appreciate all of you all, and just we would like to thank each one of you with a small token of appreciation which is there. Shikhaji, I'll give you. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Ashwin, you want to come here? I think. Thank you. Piyush. Thank you, Kanis. One group photograph requesting you.
Come in front or teacher?
Thank you to our esteemed panelists for such an informative panel discussion. Moving forward, we would now request that everyone proceed towards a quick tea break just outside the auditorium. We shall reconvene by 12 p.m. Thank you. afternoon. Moving forward, we would now like to proceed with the final panel of the day, Human Learning Systems as an Approach for Improved Public Service Experience. The panel will bring their experiences, multiple perspectives, and current understanding of the overarching process of change, how to purposefully plan and enact the kind of learning-based emergent change that a shift towards human learning systems represents. Additionally, the panel will also discuss the scope of HLS in the Indian context, possible approaches enabling learning from local to national public management practice, and drawing implications for policy decision-making at the local, national, and global level, focusing on generating new visions for government and public policy development. For the same, I would now like to request our esteemed panelists to come up to the dais. We would now request Professor Naresh Singh, Vice Dean, Jindal School of Government and Public Policy, O.P. Jindal Global University, Professor R. Sudarshan, Dean, Jindal School of Government and Public Policy, O.P. Jindal Global University, Ms. Smita Jha, Director, Center for Public Impact, India, Ms. Sumanatha Kesi, Trainee, CASE Chennai, to come up to the stage. We would now request Professor Naresh Singh to moderate the session. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Very good. Delighted to see all of you on the third day of this dialogue. It gives me immense pleasure to be here and to moderate this panel with my esteemed colleagues. What is interesting for me in this kind of setting is two real things. One is that you see on the board. One is that we are having a dialogue about public policy issues, and our focus is going to be largely on that delivery end, where public policy gets implemented so that citizens' lives can be better. But also it is about bridging research and practice. And that is why at the university, in a university context where we do research, our research as a School of Government and Public Policy needs to be bridged and work with practitioners. And that is how we are going to anchor this. What we are going to talk about is a set of ideas that we are just beginning to explore. Unlike many other panels that you would have listened to, many other conversations you would have listened to, where we have discussed existing challenges, whether it be cybersecurity or whether it be a range of other issues that we have talked about over the last 3 days. While we are addressing well-known problems in this panel, the proposed approach that we are discussing is relatively new, 3-4 years old maybe, in practices from different countries, and the ideas have not yet been tested in any significant way. We have just, in a very preliminary way, have started to think this through. The way we will do this is that I will frame the issue as I see it, and then I will turn to my colleagues here on the panel for some opening remarks, and then we'll have a discussion both among ourselves, but I really like to engage with you, the audience, as well. So what we are going to be talking about is really what I would summarize as citizen-centric or citizen-focused public service. And why is it that I want to talk about that? Is I have come to the conclusion after 30 years of work in various aspects of public policy in about 50 countries around the world, that our democracies don't deliver to people what they want or what they were promised at elections time. So at the most fundamental level then, public policy needs to be challenged, and we are not talking in any significant way about how that public policy delivers at the grassroots level. We have made, I think you will agree with me, that we have made our citizens into consumers, into clients, into customers, if you are in the private sector. And on occasion, we have improved a little bit and made them into shareholders and stakeholders. But their real agency as citizens, who should be in charge, are not. In fact, the public servant tends to be in charge of public service, and one needs to challenge that. So in order for us to have a meaningful conversation from this rather complex subject, I'll just put on a few posters, a few pointers to guide our conversation as we go forward. So the first pointer is that I'm posing, and I like you also to note your questions and to come in after we have had some opening statements, is how would we know to what extent citizens' needs are being met? And I would argue that in order to do this and to do it well, averages of to what extent particular health or education or sanitation or water, to what extent coverage has been achieved, is not a good measure of the way citizens are actually experiencing satisfactory public service. So that's the first one. And the reason is that each citizen has equal rights, that we know. But each citizen experiences public services differently depending on their own situation. A disabled citizen does not experience healthcare the same way as someone who is able-bodied, and so on and so on. So the variety of experiences is as many as the variety of individuals that we have. Right now, public service delivery or management is focused, I would argue, on the public servant. The way we measure success is by measuring performance objectives, largely determined by the public servants. And what makes matters even worse is that they set up measures that they call outputs and outcomes in terms of citizen satisfaction, but they are really measuring what they can measure, and they are really measuring their own performance. So that does not work well for obvious reasons, right? So we need to shift. So the situation then, when you look at a citizen, you find a citizen in a household. That household is in a community. That community is in a district, which is in a state, which is in the country, and globally, if you like. So we have a nested set of levels, which one might call a system. So in this kind of system where you have many, many relationships and feedback loops, one might say, this system is what in technical terms we call a complex adaptive system. It is changing, it is evolving, it's adapting all the time. Here, rules and standard operating procedures, which are typical of public service management, rules don't work well. So how are we to do things differently in this kind of context? Well, I will suggest that what I have just been saying to you is that you need a situation in which public servants are not the babus we make them out to be, that they have all power and that they have all knowledge. They need to be learning and adapting to the challenges we face in different contexts and different citizens. So we are suggesting then that learning and adaptive capacity should be the management strategy of public service. Let me summarize what I've just said to you. Humans are varied in their needs and their experience of public service. They live in systems, not as isolated beings. So we have humans, we have systems, and we are arguing that public servants need, and all stakeholders need to be active and work in a learning approach. And when you bring these together, we get humans, learning, and we get systems. And we just come up with a little phrase called human learning systems, right? That's all it means. It's not some, I wouldn't call it some new jargon. I think it's organic. It's coming from what we are observing. Now, there's some experience around the world, and other of my colleagues will hopefully reflect on what HLS experience has been elsewhere. We have a little experience already in India. We will share a little bit about that as well. So in the agenda we are discussing and setting then, the frame that we are setting, the research frame, and the way to bridge research and practice is that we are going to be looking at carrying out some further research on how this might be done in the different contexts that we face here, so that we can find a way in which academics and research work can really interact with practitioners on the front lines. And so that over time, we will have this learning approach, which will improve public service and hopefully help to put the citizen at the center of public service, which is the ideal we have always hoped for. But in addition, we might also address how governments behave. You know, there's a lot of talk, I hear a lot of talk about what they call it minimum government, maximum governance, right? We hear a lot about that. But some people are becoming quite cynical, and they're saying, maybe this is becoming minimum government, maximum markets. I don't know where you stand on all of this, or whether it should be minimum government at all, or should it be effective government and effective governance? So all of that, you know, one needs to question. So there is now very interesting emerging work on how governments should be, not only what governments do. And when we talk about how governments should be, we are talking about what are the underlying beliefs, values, and principles that drive government action. And I am taking these words from Adrian Brown, who works for the Center for Public Impact globally, and we have Smita Jha with us, who will reflect a little bit maybe on what CPI does, since we have a chapter of CPI here as well. Let me wrap this up then and turn to my colleagues now. But because not everybody here and not on the panel, I know for sure, has heard the gems of wisdom that have come from the last 2 days, let me just share a little bit of what I heard coming from the observations from the dialogue. One is that, now I'm talking about India. So while I've spent these last 3 decades working globally, the last 2 years, I've been focused on India, and I've learned a lot over the last 2 days in this dialogue. One, people do not demand public service, and so the provider abdicates. And when the provider abdicates, the people no longer go for the service. And so we are getting a vicious downward cycle. The example given was when the doctor doesn't show up, people lose confidence, they don't bother to go. When they don't show up, the doctor stays away even more. And so it goes down until you lose the service. The other thing is a nice evolution of how public service has been in our country, in India. Patron-client started out in the 50s to the 70s, then user fees versus public goods debate. All of this has been happening. It's been evolving. Markets and new public management, where you have managers, markets, and metrics dominating the public service. We have had rights-based approach, with the state as duty holder and the citizens as rights holders. All of it has been evolving together. Now we have moved into a phase which was fascinating for me to hear, where they have coming back to what Kennedy said in the 60s, ask what you can do for your country rather than what your country can do for you. And one panelist even expressed the sentiment that job seekers are seen as an anti-national activity. Job seeking. Because when you are job seeking, you're not thinking about what you can do for your country, but if you are job creating, then you are acting in the national interest. Even that came up. So this is the mix of issues in the public service as I heard them. Fascinating stuff has come out. And so I'm going to close with this, just put on the table that people have argued that we need channels to allow citizens to be heard. Nothing new, right? We've always heard that. But can we make that happen? In the new India that is emerging, with the 2047 vision that we have articulated, can we truly give voice to the poor, where decisions are made at the lowest feasible level? Argument that cities are rich in this country compared to their portion of contribution to GDP, but public service in cities are poor. Now I conclude that we now have unique opportunities. Why all of this that has failed, why do I think it can work now? Much of it can work now. Because now we have an India with a level of energy that we have never seen before, I would argue. And if we find strategic ways of piggybacking on the digital revolution, on the startup energy, and all of that, so public service will work hand in hand, then hopefully we will indeed be able to achieve this kind of a citizen-centric public service. So that's my framing of the issues. And I will turn now to Smita and ask her to share a few thoughts, some opening remarks with us. Smita, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Naresh, and thank you for the opportunity to come and speak with all of you. Introducing myself, I'm Smita, and I represent Center for Public Impact. We are a BCG foundation which works with a mission of reimagining the government so that it works for everyone. As lofty and as theoretical it can sound, but that's really our hope in terms of why we set up this as a foundation. BCG as a consulting practice, as many of you would know, already works in the social impact space. And of course works in the consulting in terms of advising governments as well as the private sector on various complex issues. But when you look at the complexity in our development sector, especially when it relates to the government and bringing about changes in people's lives, it can't get more complex. And I think throughout the 3 days, and somewhere the organizers should sort of analyze the number of times the word complex has been actually used to actually fundamentally define what the challenge of each of the democracies is there, and more so in the developing economies. So that's our agenda at Center for Public Impact. And so from a vision perspective in terms of how do we actually make it real, our endeavor is to provide a platform where we can support governments directly, as well as change makers who are working with governments to be able to be more effective in the program work that they are doing to improve citizens' lives. And so when we come in as CPI, we come in as a learning partner, unlike our consulting avatar of coming with the solution, because this is not an industry, or this is not a sector or an area where you can give out a problem and improve person's life. If that were be so, then we would actually not have a job, and that will be a great thing. But we know that's not a reality. So our efforts to come in as a learning partner is to be able to support the government and change makers to reimagine how public service can be provided, because the ultimate outcome that we are also seeking, which is again quite similar to everyone else, is to improve everyone's lives. So that's really the fundamental of how we got set up. And of course, CPI globally tied up with Professor Naresh in looking at different approaches to public service management. This is not a problem just in India. In fact, we were born in the UK. The Scottish government was the first donor for CPI to be able to fund a different thinking and a different approach of doing public service management. And that's why CPI and Professor Naresh, we partnered together. So that's really how HLS was born, as a sort of a backstory, because fundamentally how public service management actually happens, in India and across the world, it was something that was not, I mean, we were very bothered with it, and that became a fundamental thing. So it's still an emerging proposition, an emerging approach in terms of how we can do things differently. It's been on, I think, for 4 years now. We've been working on different areas and aspects around that. Yeah, I mean, I think that's really been the fundamental, and we are here committed. But again, there are no solutions, and we'll talk about the latest stage that we are in terms of developing this approach, which is called the Human Learning Systems Guide. Because when we want to make things real, we also want to make sure that people know actually how to go about doing this. So I'll talk about the guide a little bit more after some of the opening comments.
Yeah. Much appreciated, Smita. Thank you for that intro. I will now ask, we did a small experiment to begin to get our feet wet, our hands dirty, so to speak. And one of our researchers was Sumalata. So I'll ask Sumalata to share a little bit from that experience of having actually conducted some small field survey. Sumalata, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sumalata, and I'm happy to be a part of this panel discussion on human learning approach system. So our study discusses an alternative paradigm to new public management called human learning system that puts the end user of the public service, that is the public itself, at the center of the public administration process. So the objective of our research is to understand how HLS can be incorporated in the Indian system of public service delivery and management, and what difference it can make to the system. So for this purpose, we interviewed the government officials, civil society organizations, and successfully conducted 30 live interview sessions. So the qualitative data is then analyzed using NVO for further research. So the thing is, I involved myself in the interview process, and I have to admit that interviewing the officials at the both central and state level, it was very interesting, intriguing, and insightful. I call it very intriguing because some of the findings I would like to share here. Certain questionnaires that we framed in the interview, like asking the officials to share their experience where they can meet someone's needs, and other questions like what changes would they suggest to the existing public service delivery system, etc., initiated a positive and open response from the officials, when many officials open-heartedly share their public service delivery experience and the positive outcome it had on the common people. And second, it was to my surprise that majority of the government officials never said that their job is frustrating. Rather, they say that it was challenging because of the inherent structures and hindrances it poses. And thirdly, almost all the government officials believed that there is a mixed response from the public with a positive change in the perspective regarding the public service delivery is because of the digitalization and online solutions, social media exposure. So with regard to the civil society organizations, all interviewers believe that the civil society organization take front seat in providing the rural services, and while the government officials believe that government take the front seat in providing the services in the social sector like health, education, housing, etc. And the experience was insightful for me because in the rural settings, the CSOs can able to do a collaborative and constant learning system was there with the civil society organization. But when it comes to the government officials and in the government structures, the public service servants admit that there is a scope for learning in the system, but it lacks the institutionalization for constant learning. And secondly, almost all the interviewees perceive there is a lacuna in transparency and feedback mechanism and accepted the need for incorporating human approach into the system. And thirdly, many officials reiterated the need of the Indian public service system to be flexible or adaptive to the situation, need for capacity building, and need for mindset change and multi-stakeholder partnership. And from the CSO side, it is interesting to know that 83% of them express unavailability of assistance from the government, which adversely affect trust, accountability, efficiency. Though the interview sample was minimal, the answers by the officials reflected the need for the Indian public delivery system to incorporate change to deal with the complexity of today's environment. So the survey can be seen as a supportive platform for human learning system approach that believes in a supportive management practices and recognizes human freedom and flourishing.
Thanks very much, Sumalata. So you can see that while there are going to be big challenges ahead of us, there is surprisingly, an interest in looking for change, for reform, and that was pleasantly surprising. I read a book recently, I think written by a retired IAS officer, Raghunathan. The book is entitled "What You Always Wanted to Know About the Indian Administrative Service, but Were Afraid to Ask." And when it talks about, this guy is retired, so I guess he can really speak his mind openly. We will have a lot of hard work to do to get this system different. And somebody who has tried, and he told me he failed, but I think he might have succeeded in a few little things. Professor Sudarshan is going to share a little bit with us now. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Naresh. This is very interesting. And I'm very happy to be a part of this panel. And I must at the outset declare myself to be an optimist, believing that transformation, important changes, people becoming better off are all possible. I'm convinced of that. But I must say that over the years that I worked in the Ford Foundation and in the UNDP, I've seen many of these fads and fashions in development, as also in management. I started working in the Ford Foundation, and I had a colleague, Professor Robert Chambers, who's now has been with the Institute of Development Studies in Sussex for a long time. And Robert at that time was a great votary, an evangelist for rapid rural appraisal, RRA it was called. And we went about investing money, training people in RRA, and how you use goat pellets to count in a field setting, how do you draw transepts, how do you learn from people, what are the challenges that they are facing, how do you start with the assumption that people know what the problems are, and if they were only able to solve them, they could do it themselves, but there are external constraints, all of that. So we went through that, and we trained a lot of people. Then we started something called participatory approaches, participatory...
Rural appraisal. PRA.
PALM also.
Then participatory research and learning.
Learning methods, PALM. So we had PRA, RRA,
PLA.
PALM, and we went about training people in this. Now, in all of this, you see, the experience was that people were trained in these methods. Say, you do it this way and you'll get good results. But the important part is that, yes, you did demonstrate some good results with NGOs, but that touched a very small number of people. The important thing is to make a big difference, you have to be able to work with government and make government change the way it works. Now, that's been rather difficult. In fact, I used to tell Robert Chambers that, Robert, what you're saying is already there in the manual that was produced for officers of the Indian Civil Service. Now, remember, only about 1,000 people at the most running the British Raj. And they did it extremely well with respect to their vision and objective, which is to extract revenue, which is why the head of the administration in the district is to this day in many places called collector, because he collected revenue. And they achieved that. And the manual says, even now, our officers are trained in horse riding in Mussoorie. What for? The ICS manual says you need to know horse riding because many villages are inaccessible. There are no roads. You have to reach there by horse. You have to camp, and you do a study of what are the practices, mores, beliefs, and so on. So as a result of which we got all these district gazetteers that were written by the civil service officers. Now, what Robert was saying is no different, except that he called it rapid rural appraisal, but you go there, you do the appraisal. So what's new about it? It was there, right? Now our officers don't do that at all. They don't write a gazetteer, but a colonial power did it. When Napoleon went to Egypt, he sent a whole lot of academics and scholars to understand and study Egypt. You need to know the country you've colonized. You need to know everything about the people in order to be able to achieve your objectives, which is to exploit the colony. Now we had a changeover, we became independent, but we still have not set aside many of the colonial practices, not to speak of the colonial laws. Many of our laws, including the Sedition Act, is 1860, which we still enforce today, to our shame. So there's nothing very much new in all of this, but we continually have to kind of, there is a people want something new, right? There's a kind of a appetite for something that's fashionable. We are now adopting this method. We now have new public management. Now we have something else, and so on. But underlying all this really is what we need to develop is an understanding of what is it that we can learn about human beings. We are dealing with human beings, and that is the issue. Now, if you followed the methods of the natural sciences, that's fine. You can plot the orbit of a planet. You can have a theory about what gravitational forces make the planet move in what way. Whatever you write about it, the planet continues to move the way it does. It doesn't get influenced by what you've written about it. The problem with social science is the moment you say anything about human behavior, that itself can be incorporated. It's a science of hermeneutics, and human beings will act in a way that conforms what you expect them to do, or that contradicts what you expect them to do, because they are self-learning, continually adapting people, right? So dealing with human beings is the beginning of the complexity, and therefore we need to be a little more humble about what we can achieve with these methods, fads and fashions. The main difficulty is government. And the main difficulty here in this country, compared to many other countries, is when the UNDP, I joined the UNDP because it produced a human development report that I was very impressed with. And it's now gone on for 25 years, and the Human Development Index is not used in the making of our budgets. In the making of budgets internationally, even UNDP's own budget and allocation of grants is done on the basis of per capita income and GDP, not the Human Development Index. So that's how rigid systems are. So we went and said governance is going to be the main theme for UNDP. FAO looks after agriculture, WHO looks after health, ILO looks after labor, UNESCO looks after education and science research, and so on. UNFPA looks after population. We, UNDP, what are we to look after? We now want to look after governance. And I remember the secretary in the foreign ministry to whom we made a presentation. He said, the British used to tell us, you Indians, you could have self-government or good government, but you can't have both. And we made the choice, you see. So we don't want UNDP to come and tell us how to govern this country. So we had to change the name, and the public policy somehow was a bit acceptable to it. But this is the mindset. Now we are up against this challenge because all of the instruments that government uses, now we introduce something called social audits for Mahatma Gandhi rural, but it's still a measurement system, it's still an audit system, but it's done in collaboration with CSOs, fine. But the end of it is not really learning. Government doesn't learn anything from social audits. Government uses it for accountability.
So
the purpose of the social audit is some form of accountability at the local level, because there's a hierarchy here. Montek Singh Ahluwalia, if he frames a policy, by definition, it has to be good, because he's an intelligent man. The policy fails to achieve its results because the lower order fellows don't do their job properly. This is the mentality. So we need to challenge that, how to make governments learn.
Absolutely. I mean, I want
And
to come in.
Smita has some thoughts on how to make governments learn. So, Smita.
No, so and that's why I wanted to come in to say that, this is very, very important, because there is no recipe for success. In the private sector, if you want to sort of start up a supply chain strategy or put up a manufacturing plant, there is a recipe of success which has come through experience, and this is how consultants like us have survived for so many years. But in a complex environment in which we operate, where the outcome is actually improving individuals' life, your definition of how your life improves is very different from mine. So how does government now come in and actually sort of bring about that change? And that is what the fundamental, objective of, human learning systems, as we sort of brought in, came about. And saying that, okay, if there is no system or there is no recipe for success, and we've looked at it globally, because this was an initiative not started out of India, but actually outside India. So it's not a problem about India or, this is our governance structure. Then how do we actually go about it? And that's when we said that, okay, if things are very complex and outcomes means very different, your life is very different from mine, which means that there is no recipe, there is no single truth. And if there is no single truth, that's when learning came in as an essential thing, that then we need to learn, and we need to learn continuously. It's not that we learned it once, we know how it works, we will put out a policy and it should work for everyone. But in the last 3 days and every single session, every single policy draft which has been discussed has been said that it doesn't work for us. This is the 4th draft. People did not, ask us. There was no consultation. The consultation was taken and put into the dustbin. The government doesn't do it. But when you actually go and have a closed-door conversation with the government, what we also realize at CPI is that there's a real need and there's an interest for them to learn. It is about what Professor Naresh was saying, that are there institutional mechanisms for them to learn? Do they have those institutional horses to be able to go out and go into the villages and see what the real problems is? Because a solution often lies with those people themselves as well. It's about going out and sort of talking to them. So when we sort of started looking at this approach and looking at it globally in many countries and different projects, we said, okay, we cannot build out a recipe. There is no way. There's no solution to this. What we can only bring out is perhaps a guide to the public servants to say that if you want to make a change in the work, in the way you want to do public service and bring out policies, these could be some pointers which could help you in coming to that decision. And that's a 3-stage process that we came up with. Again, nothing rocket science. We've always been doing it. Any new project that anyone initiates anywhere almost typically follows that, but it's just about putting a framework and a structure to say that first, please go out and do a discovery. And as you said, references to, a very intelligent person, which I will not repeat, but the idea is that, does that individual, smart, intelligent individual or his department have an institutional capacity to learn and discover what the real problem is based on which the policy is being formulated? That doesn't exist. So I think discovery becomes very, very important. And in that discovery, it's about learning. And one element is about learning, and the second element is about involving the frontline workers who are actually dealing with the citizens directly to bring them into the process of making any public policy initiative. So usually, as you said, while there's a system and a scale of, the state and the district and the national governments, unfortunately, the public policy initiatives are taken by the national government with very little or almost negligible involvement of the frontline worker of the government who is dealing with the citizen on a day-to-day basis. And that is a lack of institutional mechanism for them to bring that learning, because that collector sitting in the district deals with the citizens day in, day out and knows what will work, what will not work. But there is no mechanism for that person to come in to the North Block where the policies are being drafted to say, it will not work. This telecom policy will not work because I have an analog phone and I have no way of knowing who my caller is. Now, so that institutional mechanism is missing in the governments, and it's nothing specifically for India, it's across the world, to say how can we actually do that. So as an example of how we started this initiative in Scotland, where it was about providing healthcare services to senior citizens at their homes, the idea was that each senior citizen at their home wanted a different level of service. Their problems were different. Somebody just wanted a conversation. Somebody wanted, medical advice. Now, can the government allow its workers who are going out and providing these services to those senior citizens in their homes have a flexible approach in terms of providing that services? That is what we can sort of bring out. And that, of course, the underlying pinning thing is that trust and accountability.
Right.
Because can the government trust the frontline workers to be able to be flexible and adapt the healthcare services when they're providing it to the senior citizens? Do they allow them? Do they trust them? And what is the accountability mechanism for them to report back that yes, they actually, did the work that they were paid
Right.
for, and they went there, they visited, and there's a satisfaction from that senior citizen that healthcare service was provided to me.
Mm.
So I think, with organizations and governments and, so-called developed markets like Scotland also have the similar challenge. So for us to sit in India, one can sort of, blurt it out to say that, oh, this is so frustrating. This is a challenge in India. It doesn't work in India. Nobody understands. No governments don't look at it. But actually, it's a phenomenon across the world.
All over.
So from our perspective, the way we are looking at it is a three-stage thing. Like, if there's a mechanism for building discovery of actually, looking at what the real solutions are and institutionalizing that mechanism, that's step number one. The step number two is what we call a sense making. That once you've understood what the problems are, what you want to sort of actually deliver, can you make sense of it? And can you then, third stage is do an action learning, because you need to sort of do something, learn from that activity, come back, revise, change, go back. And that's what we call as adaptive learning, continuous learning process. So this is the broad framework of what we are at after 4 years of research across the world in different projects. There is no recipe for success. There is no standard way of doing public service management. One can keep criticizing that the use of metrics is not good, but there is no alternative system to build in accountability at the government. And to that extent, any of these kind of new approaches perhaps should be taken up, is what our hope is, and that's what we're here for. I thought I'd
Right.
just share my.
No, I want to open up to the audience because I do really want to get some inputs and conversations going. So why don't we turn, yes, please. There's one here and one here to start.
You take the mic.
Do we have someone who can, yes, the mic is coming. So over here first, just raise your hand again, yeah.
My question is to Professor Sudarshan. So, Professor, you talked about, it's not working? So you talked about social audits and them not being a little too effective. I want you to touch base on if there are other methods to hold our elective candidates accountable, or probably any level of government accountable for that matter. Because maybe my knowledge would be a little too less, but your experience does matter on that. Some alternatives, if not social audits. Yeah.
Okay, let's take one more and then we'll ask the panelists to respond.
And there's one more question to Smita.
Yeah.
Smita, can you talk a little on proactive disclosure of information being, a guide towards finding these problems among, problems among the citizens? What is the problem? So if the government discloses the information, for example, the DPT transfers happening, or for that matter, any grievance being redressed, is that if we share it effectively with the citizens over portals or digital mechanism, can that also be contributing to the adaptive learning that you were talking about? And if there's a best case across the developing countries, that for that matter.
Thank you. I'm over here now. Yeah.
I agree with Professor Singh that democracies are not in a position to deliver. However, I slightly disagree and like to make a point that after 75 years in India, people have become highly, their expectations are very, very high, and MLAs, MPs, and Sarpanchs are under tremendous pressure to perform. And wherever there has been left-oriented governments in West Bengal, Kerala, the reforms for the poor people have been slightly better. And I go with optimism of Professor that the Dean, that now after 75 years, the world has arrived, and we are going to have better facilities and services for the citizens. And I go with Professor Smita that studying about impact is much more important than making policies.
Any other question before I turn to the panel? Yes, Shivani?
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, firstly, very informative session so far. So my question is to the entirety of the panel. So when you look at metrics to measure how accountable a democracy is or how well that democracy is performing, how do these metrics change when you move from a developing country to an underdeveloped country to a developed country? And from a public policy perspective, what as a consultant can you do to kind of model around the differences in these three categories? That's my question.
Measuring impact. Okay, so let's get some reactions from the panel now. So let me start with Smita.
Okay, I'll start. I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, but I'll take the last part of your question. There is no concept of best practice or a recipe in social impact sector. So I think that, to say that, practices, good practices, good initiatives may have worked in a particular country, in a particular situation, and trying to see that, it worked there, so it should work now in my context, etc. It does not work. So every situation needs to be done differently, and the context really, really matters. In terms of your questions around, what the government should be in terms of informing disclosures, or, as an example in DBT, as the gentleman said here, the focus of the government, in our view, should be about saying that have we been able to improve the outcome? So if it's a DBT transfer, it's not about saying that, okay, 500 rupees every 3 months, was it actually transferred? Did it actually receive? It's more about saying that how did it actually improve the outcome of the life of that person? I mean, what was that 500 rupee actually spent on? And if that was not given, what kind of issues or challenges would that citizen would have faced? So I think it's the outcome is what then becomes very, very important to track. And I think somebody asked a question on metrics, which is why we don't believe that metrics is the right way to measure an outcome. It's actually a journey towards that outcome, to say that, okay, I can build 10 schools and 1,000 schools and get X number of students admitted, but is the learning outcome coming around? Can the child read the English and maths from a foundational perspective? That's the outcome that we want to measure. And to that extent, one of the other initiatives that CPI has taken when we started was to actually build a different mechanism of even measuring impact. Because currently the norm of measuring impact is about X million lives, 100 cities, very, very numerical, and which is what Professor Naresh was saying, that those can be almost gamed by public servants or anybody for that matter to prove that they have actually done the work. And this is not just for the public servants, even for most nonprofits. When they report to the donors, they said that yeah, we've actually sort of used your money well, because we spent it, and it touched X million lives, and and Y million children or whatever. So I think we are also trying to build a different approach on impact measurement, which is what we call as a public impact framework, where the idea is actually to measure the real outcome of what the intention was, and finding ways to be able to sort of measure in that sense, both through financial metrics. I mean, we don't have better words as yet in terms of how to sort of do, assess impact. But yes, these are different frameworks and methodologies that we have been sort of working towards in supporting governments and change makers who work with the governments to see if there's real impact on the ground.
Right. I'll just add to that question before I come. If Samalata wants to make any comment, I'll come to you in a minute. But the shift from measuring outputs and outcomes is what we are talking about, which is the traditional way that we've been doing it all over the world, in developing as well as developed countries. But how do you measure system health? How do you measure the increase in trust between the public servant and the citizen? How do you measure, for example, learning capacity, has the capacity to learn. Have we figured out how to learn? In other words, learning to learn is also a measure. So these so-called measures are shifting very drastically because even in the public service in Canada, which for several years has been voted the best public service in the world, where I had the privilege to serve, we measure these same things. And I know as a director general that we can game it. We can set things up for what we can deliver on rather than what the citizens really need. So we are shifting. We are arguing for that kind of shift. So Malata, quick reaction before we come to Dean
I'd like to
Sudarshan.
answer the question on the metric of achievement. See, from the interview, it can be perceived that the Indian officials, they accept that there is an inherent problem in the system like hierarchy, red tapeism, and even emphasis on the rules. So they are looking for a mindset change. You know, when I ask for what suggestion do you like to make, they say they are looking for a mindset change. What they mean by mindset change, to quote one of the officials, he said he wants the systems to emphasize on the right-based approach so that it will empower the citizens. For example, right to information, right to work. So, you know, if right-based approach is there, it will provide accountability and it will also improve on the effectiveness of the system. And another official said that at present, the structure is emphasizing on the system. It is system-centric. So he suggests that it is better that we move from system-centric to individual-centric so that the outcome will be like empowerment of the citizens, so that we don't want to emphasize on the outcome will be a natural process. So this is what, you know, I observed from the interview.
Okay. So,
Well,
Mr. Sudarshan,
Yeah, what was I going to say? Just before
the social audit question.
The social audit was a vast improvement over other forms of, measuring or that we've had. It's because bureaucrats' administrative data is very unreliable because it is corrupted. People want to present a rosy picture. So by involving civil society actors and doing a social audit, you got closer to what is the reality. That's fine. But that is still being used to hold somebody responsible for success or failure. It's not being used to learn. That's my point. And we don't learn. The Auditor General presents a report on the government. That report is stable during the Parliament session, the budget session, where all the attention is on the budget and very little discussion of the CAG report. There's a lot to be learned from even the conventional audit. So measurement is important, but what are you using the measurement for is the point. If you use the measurement to attack the allocation of coal blocks and bring a case to the Supreme Court, that's one thing. That's the accountability part. And you may be getting it right, and in this case, they didn't get it right. Nonetheless, but learning is the point. Now, I just wanted to say with respect to the last point you made about lower order functionaries, when M.G. Ramachandran became Chief Minister for the first time in Tamil Nadu, he made two promises to the electorate. One, I will replace all hand-pulled rickshaws with cycle rickshaws. He had a film called Rickshaw Karan, which was part of his popularity. That was easily done. Anybody brought, and the hand-pulled rickshaw is offensive to human dignity. You make a person a beast of burden. So they replaced all the hand-pulled rickshaws with cycle rickshaws, easily done. Incidentally, the West Bengal government didn't do it for a very, very long time, saying Kolkata's streets are so narrow that only a hand-pulled cart can be used. That's another matter. The other promise was midday meals in schools. Everybody went up in arms. The civil servant said impossible, teachers said impossible, can't be done, we can't convert. Already there is hardly any space. We are using, we don't have enough classrooms, and you want midday meal. So M.G. Ramachandran said, all right, I am not going to sign a single piece of paper, no authorization for any expenditure in this state until you guys who are all smart and intelligent can come up with a way by which I can deliver my promise to the people. Right? That worked. Because in every little district, in every little school, public school, village, they figured out a way. Now, it's not the same thing, but the people who had to execute the policy are the ones who figured out how to implement the policy. So to this day, Tamil Nadu's midday meal scheme works. If the Supreme Court directs the government of Bihar and says to the Chief Secretary, I will hold you in contempt of court if you don't introduce a midday meal scheme in Bihar and in UP. You do it top down, you get poisoning, you get all sorts of problems. It doesn't work as well. Why? It's because the people who are to implement the policy were not involved in the design and the framing of the policy. So there are some lessons to learn, and we can go forward learning those lessons. So the thing is, you got to take a mind attitude that you got to say, I am interpreting what I know as what I do not know all the time.
So let's see if there is one more. Yes. And then we will take a final half-minute comment from the panelists and wrap it up. But I know you're all hungry and we wouldn't keep you from lunch.
Yeah, so
Please,
one,
go ahead, sir.
Yeah, you can hear me, sir. So one IAS officer called Varun Agarwal said that, a district collector is like Dhoni with 7 to 8 players, few from Zimbabwe, few from Bermuda, non-performing teams. The employees down there are under, the whole system is underemployed and they're overworked. So they're already multitasking. The teachers go to conduct elections. The Anganwadi go to, workers go to political meetings. And what do you have to say about that, sir?
Anybody wants to react? Anybody knows about cricket? He's asking a question about cricket.
He's explaining a complexity.
Right.
A district collector could well say that, the job is like, it's like you have a lot of people under you, but no one is listening. It's like being in a cemetery. There are a lot of people under you, no one's listening, right?
Right.
So,
well, let me just take and I will come back and answer your question when I wrap up. Please, just 30 seconds. Final comment.
I think from a final comments perspective, I think learning as a management strategy is something that I would leave the audience with. I think that's fundamental to, getting better public management systems, because you can't deliver real outcomes to people's lives. It has to be a process
True
and a
learning.
journey.
Yeah. Thank you. Samarata, final.
So I believe that there is a perspective change both from the official sides and from the citizen side, which is moving towards a positive perspective towards a public service delivery system. So a little bit principles like learning, feedback, transparency can be added to the public service delivery system. I think like we can be more efficient and, we can achieve our 2030 goals.
Your 30-second wrap-up point.
With respect to what you said, I mean, we need reforms. In Tamil, there are two words. One is called kadamai, which can be translated as duty. The other is puruppu, which is responsibility. I heard this from animal husbandry officer in Tamil Nadu. When there is an outbreak of rinderpest, he says, the animal husbandry secretary summons all of them, these veterinarians, to go to Madras for a meeting. He says, that is my kadamai. I have to do it because I've been ordered. But what is my puruppu? What is my responsibility? I should go to where the cattle are and make sure that that rinderpest doesn't spread. So there's a tension created in our form of government between duty of a person and the responsibility of the person. And we must address this through reforms, because the attitude is if you're summoned by the secretary, you have to go, leave the animals alone, and then you're abandoning your responsibility. So that reform still has to happen in our country, and it's possible we can do it. The other thing I'd say is that we need to focus a bit on virtues. What are the virtues that you should have, right? And you must have courage is a virtue that you need to be able to learn, because you will make mistakes. You can only learn from mistakes, but then you have to have the courage to say, yes, this was a mistake, but I'm learning from it. So that if you don't have courage, you will then not do anything. If you don't do anything, you can't be in the wrong.
So I'll just bring this now up, wrap up with a 1-minute kind of summary then of some of the main points. Smita has identified our learning. We have talked about the individual citizen experience of public service as distinct from this overall public service system as such. And Sumalata has brought that in as well. And Professor Sudarshan has put on the table a number of points from his long years of experience. Let me just say in wrapping up that we are looking at learning, we are looking at what has worked and bringing it all together. You know, Professor Sudarshan outlined or expressed some cynicism, for example, with Robert Chambers' work. Robert Chambers was a historian, and he made such a heavy impact on international development, perhaps more than many of the international development economists that I know, with his in public policy, in program design, has reached a level that I don't think would have been achieved without the groundbreaking work that they did, using chapatis in India and using sticks in Africa under trees. I know that work. I have done stuff like that myself. And engaging with people is a whole different mindset. And that we heard coming out as well. How do you get a mindset of engagement and participation? You know, participation is not about you participating in my project, which is what people tend to do. They have an already designed project, you go to the field and you get buy-in. And that's not the way it works. So that has to shift. I have to say a word on complexity, which I've spent 25 years working with. The only point I have time to say about complexity is we are not talking about complicated things. Complex adaptive systems is not about complicated stuff. It's a totally different thing. It is talking about relationships. It's taking a relational view of the world rather than an individual view. So you look at the individual, to come back to the Dhoni, was it Dhoni? The cricket thing. How do you work with the individual and the relationships in your team together? If you try to work only with the individuals, the cricket captain has 11 people only. Not as complex as when you have a public service of 5 million people. And unless you understand those relationships, it doesn't work. And that's what we mean by complexity, where you understand interrelationships, feedback loops, and so on. So to conclude then, you can do some of the things you used to do and get different results, although Einstein might not agree. If the context in which you are doing it has changed, some things might not have worked in the past. The context was very different. When I look at the India as an outsider coming in, at the energy that I find in this country, at the optimism that I find in this country, compared to maybe between from 50s to 70s and 80s, I think there is a whole new optimism and energy that can make what has never worked before work now. And I believe the time has come for us to go boldly forward and try to fix the way our citizens experience public service and the way our democracy delivers to the citizen. So let me thank you then very much for coming, so many of you, and spending time with us, and thank my panelists as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Deep gratitude to our esteemed panelists for an insightful panel discussion. We would request you proceed to your seats for the closing address. We would also like to take this opportunity to announce that the closing plenary session stands cancelled owing to unavoidable circumstances. Panelists were unable to attend the conference owing to personal emergencies, with one of the panelists being the recipient of the Digital India Awards scheduled to be held tomorrow. In this regard, an online panel discussion on the same area shall be conducted virtually soon. Please remain connected to the official social media handles of BIPP for more information about the same, as well as for other events. Moving forward, we would now like to announce the winners of the research poster presentation. Starting with the consolation prize, we have the research poster titled Deployment of Civilian Unmanned Aerial Vehicles in Indian Agriculture, a Policy Network Analysis, authored by Neha Sehra from the Center for Studies in Sciences Policy, Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi, for the consolation position. For the third position, we have the research poster titled Towards Sustainable Agriculture Through Biofortified Zinc Wheat, authored by Rahul Sinha, Associate Director, Client Insights for Impact, Grameen Foundation, India. For the second position, we have the research poster titled Public Healthcare in Meghalaya, authored by Colleen Darika, MLRF Fellow, Meghalaya Institute of Governance. And finally, for the first position, we have the research poster titled Empowering City Leaders for Better Urban Governance, authored by VR Vachna and Maitri Mugundan from Janagraha Center for Citizenship and Democracy. Can we have a huge round of applause for the winners, ladies and gentlemen? Now I would like to invite Professor Ashwini Chatre for the closing address and the vote of thanks.
It is a very dangerous position to be in. I have a lot to thank for, but I will not take a lot of time to go through it. I do want to take a couple of minutes to outline why we did this, building on my welcome address 3 days ago, 2.5 days ago. Just as a reminder for why we are here. The primary motivation for public policy dialogues was to create a space where many different kinds of stakeholders can interact with each other. Government, civil society, academia often find themselves interacting in spaces that are very asymmetrical in terms of power relationships. When you go and meet the joint secretary or a principal secretary in his or her office, the dynamics are very different, and vice versa. What we hoped to create was a neutral, safe space for many different kinds of stakeholders to interact in a flat taxonomy. Everyone is a participant. We believed that such a space did not exist, at least as a permanent fixture. It was created occasionally, often almost randomly, by chance. We want to create something that will remain permanent. And I want to take this opportunity, building on this motivation for organizing the first public policy dialogue, to announce that we will do this every year from now on. And we are hereby planting our flag in the first or second week of January to do this every year. The second motivation for organizing the public policy dialogue was to break out of what I call a syndrome of death by PowerPoint. To have dialogue requires two things. One, listening is not the same as waiting for your turn to speak. And everyone getting 15 minutes to speak is not the same as dialogue. I personally am committed to developing a dialogical ethics where different stakeholders can disagree without losing respect for each other. This is something that academics have tried hard to do over 50 years, and it's still an ongoing and incomplete process. We are not naturally capable of respecting someone we disagree with, but we must learn. And by creating a space where we can choose to interact with someone we disagree with to the extent that we are comfortable with, and then walk away, is an important first step towards developing that dialogical ethics where disagreement is not a reason for disengagement.
with these two primary motivations, we created a space where experts could come and talk and others could listen to them talk to each other instead of being talked to from the stage. We tried to create opportunities where participants from different walks of life could find each other. And while there are many ways in which we may have failed to achieve this ambition, I believe that we made a great start. And I want to congratulate, of course, myself and my team, but all of you for making this possible. This face-to-face interaction requires commitment, and it requires us to disengage ourselves from our daily professional lives, which are, of course, becoming overwhelming for all of us, to spare time for an uncertain outcome. You are here not just as consumers, and I hope that the experience of participating in the production of an effort is as meaningful to you as exciting it was for me and my team here at the Bharati Institute. Over the course of your interaction here at the dialogues, I am sure you have noticed, I would like to call the army of people who have made this possible. And you would have seen only a few of them. This could not have been done without, of course, the people at the Bharati Institute across different projects, but also looking after our education components, our engagement components, and our research components. All have come together, all have committed themselves to this task of designing and creating a safe space where people who are interested in public policy in the broadest sense can come and find their soulmates professionally and forge collaborations so that when they come back next year, they have something even more to report, and that there will be other kindred souls that they will be able to connect to. So I would like to propose a vote of thanks as an official ceremony. I think these rituals are extremely important. Simply because we were not sure we will be able to pull this off. And we were even less certain whether we will get the kind of response that exceeded our wildest imagination. We also learned that a third day morning is a difficult time for people to attend a 9 a.m. session. So there are many lessons along the way, some of which we may have anticipated if we were thinking appropriately. And we will take all of those into account. But I want to use this opportunity to thank all of you for your engagement, for your commitment, and want to extend a warm welcome to invite you to participate from today onwards in preparing for the next edition 1 year from now. Thank you very much, and food awaits.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this we come to the end of the Public Policy Dialogues. We sincerely hope that this conference will serve as a stepping stone for further policy deliberations and interactions. Deepest gratitude to the experts, panelists, delegates, and participants for gracing us with your presence across the duration of the conference, as well as for participating with your insights. Thank you once again. Have a great day ahead.